Excellent. Greetings, colleagues, and good morning. Um, it feels like a Monday, even though it's a Saturday. It's because of the holidays in Russia that the work schedule has been reworked a bit. My name is
И по сложившейся относительно недавно традиции, третий день конференции мы проводим в одном из наших школьных зданий. Вы его видите. Год назад мы именно здесь встречались. Это школа в поселке Совхозах. Называется у нас она инженерный корпус. И мы с вами, давайте представим себе, располагаемся в этом большом актовом зале. Вот мне удалось раздобыть фотографию «Ваш вид сбоку». Так, сейчас что-то у меня не идет, Костя.
На экран положите share screen, там такой есть зелененький значок.
Так.
Вот, и у вас высветится то, что у вас лежит на столе. И на него жмите.
Зелененького значка сейчас.
И это... вот вы на нем, мы смотрим на ваш экран. Так, а почему у вас не листается? Все в порядке.
Сейчас Костя мне поможет. Не листается.
Ефим Лазаревич, а если вы нажимаете на саму картинку, не переключается?
Ничего не переключается. Все.
О, ура!
И хорошо. Так, все, посмотрели, давайте начнем работать. Мы работаем с 10 до 12 вчетвером. Я скажу небольшое вступительное слово, где-то минут на 20. Потом к нам подключатся коллеги доктор Джон Коллик, Промитиен, Ричард Кинг, Великобритания, и Тигран Шмис. Время пошло. Я хочу напомнить, что мы реплики, вопросы и так далее в чате, мы их будем аккуратно просматривать. И по мере возможности будем на них отвечать. Мне досталась такая тема. Я не хочу сказать, что я ее вытянул в процедуре жеребьевки, да, но откуда взялось это словосочетание мобилизационные инновации и вообще откуда взялось слово инновация? Я думаю, что всем знакомо это лицо. Это Йозеф Шумпетер, это Австрия, потом Соединенные Штаты. Период адского совершенно кризиса, который разразился во всем мире в конце 20-х, начале 30-х годов. И после его исследований достаточно серьезных возникло это понятие, без которого мы не живем. Без него не живут ни детские сады, ни ясельные группы, ни университеты, ни Совет Безопасности Российской Федерации и так далее. Инновация, она везде. Я не буду сейчас отнимать ваше время и давать дополнительные понятия. И попробую сделать так, чтобы мы все на секундочку взяли и соединили эти два слова. Мобилизация и инновация. История знает множество примеров, когда инновация, которая, казалось, является собой некое эволюционное развитие, в действительности в той сумме предлагаемых обстоятельств, которые нам продиктовала жизнь, получила колоссальный импульс ускорения. Например, война. Это страшные, адские, тяжелые предлагаемые обстоятельства. Буквально накануне войны так прослушивали звуки приближающихся бомбардировщиков. Я не помню, где это. В Германии, по-моему, или во Франции. А через несколько лет буквально возникли такие радары, которые стали прообразом современной системы противовоздушной обороны. Или, допустим, всем известная замечательная машинка, которую сделали в 30-е годы в Германии, «Энигма». Помните замечательный фильм? По-моему, там главную роль играл, я его никогда не произношу правильно, Кимбербенч. Я правильно сказал? Наверное, так. Известный вам всем по роли Шерлока Холмса. Но прошло несколько лет буквально, и ребята из Великобритании, молодые и умные математики, они, правда, еще непрерывно курили. Кто-то, правда, тогда еще заявил, что курение табака является очень мощным предохранением от COVID-19. Так, я не бросаю никак. Но через несколько лет буквально возникла та штука, которую вы видите на втором слайде, а затем очень мощный по тем временам гигантский совершенно компьютер. Ну, не все знают, а я очень увлекаюсь этим делом, что тогда, когда горючее, солярка, бензин отправлялись на фронт, а в тылу тоже нужен был автомобильный транспорт, придумали газогенераторы, и не все знают, особенно не все женщины, которые этим не всегда интересуются, что автомобили ходили на березовых или сосновых дровах. Это газогенератор. И развивали скорость не намного меньшую, чем на бензиновом двигателе. Вот еще инновация. Вот посмотрите, на одной фотографии вы видите наш любимый традиционный формат, очень комфортный. Ну и на другом то, что мы условно называем групповой работой, деятельность, переходящую в мысли деятельность, деятельностный подход. Ну и все те слова, которые иногда набивает небольшие мозоли на наших языках и будоражит наше сознание. Это тоже инновация. Но я хочу сказать, что если предшествующие инновации носили моментальный характер, моментальный, это значит, ну вот приперло, перекрыли нефтепровод, который доставлял из Баку в центральные районы нефть, бензин и так далее, и потом все оказалось перерезано гитлеровскими войсками и вынуждены были делать так, чтобы автомобили двигались на березовых чушках. А вот эта инновация от традиционного формата к инновационному. Ну, я взял маленький фрагмент. Видите, я лишил детей здесь микроскопов, я лишил их здесь каких-то мультипликаторов и так далее. Вот это очень долгий процесс, ибо он идет эволюционно. Но иногда он носит имитирующий характер, потому что инновацию можно имитировать, и мы, учителя, очень легко научились это делать, особенно если надо презентовать что-то получить дополнительное, какой-нибудь статус мифический, экспериментальный. Мы это быстро очень делаем. Мы научились. Но в значительной части школ страны, не только нашей, но и во многих странах, в большинстве стран мира, да, ну вот такой штришок, он уже становится обыденностью и тоже уже становится традицией. Я думаю, что вы не обратили внимания, когда был у меня первый слайд, я там не дал никаких эпиграфов, просто рассказал о случае, произошедшем со мной позавчера. Я позвонил в свой банк Сбер, со мной заговорила женщина, ну, приятный, удивительный женский голос, я только на второй минуте понял, что со мной разговаривает носитель искусственного интеллекта. Но это тоже вот такая инновация. Еще один интересный случай произошел, сейчас скажу, когда в среду в моей школе вдруг появилась полиция. Появилась полиция, спрашивает, где у вас 3 Б-класс, что случилось. На уроке рисования учительница девочки сказала, что она неправильно нарисовала дерево. Девочка достала свой мобильник, позвонила в полицию и сказала, что ее обижает учительница. Приехал полицейский наряд. Ну, видите, вот лет 10, никакое 10, лет 15 назад мы себе этого даже представить не могли. Мы хохотали по этому поводу, полицейские не очень хохотали, но вот это тоже некий такой внешний признак. Я хочу сказать, что все то, что происходит в школе, оно обязательно, оно непременно отражается и в околошкольной жизни. Я как-то пытался в преддверии сегодняшней нашей встречи все-таки суммировать, а каковы тайные запросы учителей, о которых они стесняются говорить. Ну, я не хочу отнимать время и все это читать, да, но гомогенность детских групп желательно, что вы... Помните этот анекдот, когда приходят в школу и говорят, что он читает стихи, переводит с санскрита, учительница говорит, не волнуйтесь, через полгода станет как все. Ну, это идеальный вариант для нас. Поэтому, когда я спрашиваю, Марина Никитична, какие у вас проблемы в этом 3 Б, она говорит, ну вот все время он что-нибудь говорит не то. И когда я посмотрел в его портфель, я достала книжку «Сумма технологий» этого самого Станислава Лема. Помните такую книжку? Ну, послушание, конечно же, это комфортная ситуация, регламенты. Вот. Что касается родителей, это особенно ярко проявилось в этот мобилизационный период 2020-2021 года, когда родители стали очень активными, стали везде возникать советы. Немножечко о них говорил Александр Григорьевич Осмолов в первый день. Всякие диссидентствующие, антиковидники и так далее, и так далее. Но это нарушило гармонию, когда родители активно стали вмешиваться в жизнь школы и говорить, что вы делаете не очень-то так, как мы предполагали. Вот. При этом мы говорим, а почему вы не участвуете? Я помню письма, которые я получал в период первого карантина, когда одна мама меня спросила, Я инженер по образованию, как попасть в педагогическую аспирантуру, потому что магистратуру, потому что я устал, мне не хватает знаний. Вот, то есть мы говорим, да, давайте принимайте участие, а когда пишем характеристику на ребенка, то обязательно пишем, что семья активно принимает участие в его образовании. Ну вот это пришло, я имею в виду уход, эвакуация. Вот если мы говорим о мобилизации, то это была эвакуация. Эвакуация в домах, холодильникам, диванам и так далее. Вот март 2020 года. И каких возможностей мы, учителя, лишились? Вот давайте посмотрим, да, ну, вызывать к доске. Я сразу вспомнил, как Лев Николаевич Толстой писал, что самое безнравственное педагогическое действие – это вызов к доске. Слово «вызов» вообще меня очень веселит. Удалять из класса. Сидоров пошел вон, а куда он пойдет? В туалет он пойдет, что ли? Ну, туалет в школе тоже есть, в спальню.
Ефим Лазаревич, я
Да.
прошу прощения, у нас оборвалась трансляция.
Так.
Dr. Rachevsky, I'm sorry, our streaming has stopped. Something happened to the computer that was streaming your presentation, and I'm afraid we will have to take a time out while our colleagues at that computer will try and fix the problem. Can I go and have a smoke then? Yes, can you all see me? Yes, we can. Excellent. I can then share a cigarette with Tigran. Well, I no longer smoke. Sorry about that. Yes, I can tell from your nice complexion. All right, if we have stopped, I'll have a smoke. Or can we talk just the five of us, the four of us?
Стефан подключился.
I see Stephen. Greetings. So we have the four attendees here. Ms. Lenskaya, we can hear you on YouTube. stop doing that, just do what everyone else is doing. No, we were not prepared. In red, I color marked the fact that we were not prepared psychologically and technologically. This conference has looked in great detail at what has happened over this year of virtual work. Information activity of kids and families has turned out to be much higher than that of schools. Anatoly Kasparzhak launched the Boomerang project, a blitz research about how students, families, and schools felt towards online education. We've faced some deficiencies, and it turned out that we lacked some skills. Even though there are many regulations in place, even though we have happily reported that we do possess the skills, in actuality, it's not the case. We have been tested by time, tested by life itself, tested by circumstances, and school masters experienced deficiencies in management. It was difficult to consolidate teachers who were physically dispersed. The initial 3 weeks of online work, we did not use any grading. Those who dreamed to study at home were finally learning and working at home, and we somehow assumed that they were under immense stress, and we didn't want to stress them anymore. This reminds me of a picture Sergei Kosaretsky posted online. There was a lot of snow on the side of the road. There were people trying to catch the internet signal. This is what many families were faced with. They had to look for opportunities to go online and so on and so forth. Some changes, I believe, have become irreversible. Schools have become bare in that everyone can see what we are doing. We're absolutely transparent. We cannot hide any longer. Parents have worked miracles of self-organization. Those who were dissatisfied have banded together and fortunately came up with a number of very workable and good suggestions as to how to streamline our work. We have used many of them. Another new thing is information hygiene. It's a very broad notion, which is yet to be looked into. Now, many things that happened are quite organic. The traditional teaching ways we had been using for 400 years prior to the pandemic had to be crammed into the new forms of work. It turns out that we and children and their parents live on different speeds. There's TikTok. There are many new things that come online in no time, literally. And I checked it out, and it turns out that even a good tool may end up in bad hands. The theory of genes is presented there in a very distorted way, or Turgenev's book Mumu is entirely misrepresented there, and kids have access to it. So we have to think about the tools we use. Now, back during World War II, in October 1941, Russia summoned the militia to protect the capital. The people there did not have any combat experience. They were not armed, they were poorly equipped, and yet they got their baptism by fire and they learned very quickly. Granted, it was paid for dearly with lives. It was a matter of life and death, a matter of survival, and yet those who survived learned the lesson the hard way. And it turns out that we did so too, and these days school is an agent of reliability. I put together as many as 20 letters in writing to parents over the time of the pandemic. Sometimes I recorded videos and I shared what I felt. And I felt that you have to maintain the dialogue, and maintaining it helped us to get through the pandemic, not only in Russia, but I think in other countries as well. I talked to colleagues in Israel, in Spain, and other countries, and they shared exactly the same sentiment. Now, a few side notes about the changes in the things we need to think about. We need to think about the merits and demerits of some traditional things. For instance, I will never forget some 8 years back, 9th graders did a test in math. We had Mr. Simonov, the teacher of geometry. We had Mr. Ivanov, the teacher of algebra, and the test was in geometry. It was provided in the class where the teachers always took their geometry lessons, and the part of the kids were placed in the algebra classroom. One group of kids did very well, the other did very poorly, and it turned out when we talked about it, turned out that they felt more comfortable in the classroom where they felt comfortable with the teacher. What if we took them, instead of algebra or geometry classroom, to a literature classroom? Would they have felt even more comfortable? Now, another thing that needs to be completely revised is our assessment system. And here I absolutely must remind you of Marina Pinskaya and her gigantic work along these lines. Another thing is meta-disciplinary collaboration. This is the criterion that we use to consolidate teachers, to help them collaborate, but not in the time of the pandemic when teachers are all locked down in their regions, in their home places, in their homes. So we need to think of new ways of bringing teachers together for a variety of reasons. Teachers twice as long doing their work these days. Before the Boomerang initiative came online, teachers complained that they got exhausted by working online. simply because there are so many new things that they had to face. They were barraged by so many new things they had to adjust to on the go. Some time ago, actually recently, someone initiated an amendment to the law on education. And in that proposal, the initiators spoke about fostering kids as different from educating kids. They said that the skills of operating autonomously, the skills of being able to adjust to change, to hit the ground running, were among the things that school had to instill in kids. And this pandemic is proof positive that this is very true, because we had to perform relying on these skills. It's a funny thing, but we don't have the time to internalize things. We just have to know how to do them right away. And this new form of learning, surprisingly enough, indicates that those who were outsiders in the traditional system have remained outsiders. We need to revise the structure of learning periods. During the pandemic, the holidays were moved from April to May. For instance, we want to make sure that children make the most out of their learning time at home, and for that they need to get proper rest. We need to display empathy towards them. We need to rethink the concept of homework. Children use so many gadgets that they don't work at home anymore. It's not a proper term in a sense. You can do your homework, quote unquote, on the subway. You can do it lying on the floor. You can do it at your desk, in the street, anywhere. And in any way, it's not a fair notion. Why do us adults don't bring any work home on a daily basis? Why do kids have to do so? Moving on, there is a number of crazy ideas of discarding schools altogether. I think this doesn't make sense. I think that school is absolutely necessary no matter what, because it's something that informs the economy. But then on the other hand, we need to keep in mind that kids need to be cared for. They need to be taken care of. They need to be monitored at all times. Now, I love the sea, so let me use this boat as a metaphor. Let's not do this to a state-of-the-art modern boat. It should not have oars. It is perfect as it is. So let's not do this to our schools and to the way we work. I prefer to remain very positive about this mobilization period. I am positive that it could give us a huge impetus in the way we think, in the things we think about, and in the huge strides we're yet to make in the future for the betterment of our schools. And with this, I want to pass the microphone on to my fellow workers. I will stop sharing my screen. And I want to introduce Dr. John Kollick of the Promethean, the UK, and I'm sure we will hear many new and inspiring things from John.
Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present today. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen? Yeah, good. Okay. I apologize. I cannot read Russian, so I've got my English notes here in front of me, which I'll refer to. As I said, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present here today. My name is Dr. John Kollick. I'm head of International Education Strategy with Promethean, and I'm here with my colleague Richard King, who's the Director of Strategic Growth for the Education Development Trust. This presentation is called Recover Learning, Rebuild Education. We wanted to talk a little bit about the solutions to the COVID-19 education crisis from the perspective of UK specialist education providers. We wanted to focus on the key issues that are facing educators at a strategic and a policy level, and what we can do to support them with the current challenges. To begin with, we're here on the behalf of British Expertise International. British Expertise International, or BEI, is an organisation that's for UK institutions who provide a wide range of services for areas like infrastructure and capacity building and international development. Among our members, we've got some of the biggest companies, we've got some of the smallest. And within the BEI, there are a number of organizations that are focusing on education. And we've got a wide range of expertise, we've got knowledge, and we've got solutions based around teaching, learning, support services, content consultancy, training, and capacity building, particularly for strategic, at a strategic level for international market. What we sought to do, what we wanted to do, is combine our insights into the current pandemic. We're in this middle of this crisis, global crisis. It's had a huge impact on education systems throughout the world. So we created a report which provided our insights into this current situation across a number of different themes, and a summary of what we felt are the ways in which strategic educators can be supported. So to begin with, just a little bit about myself and where I come from. I'll talk a little bit about Promethean. So Promethean is a UK-based company. In my job, I work very closely with governments and ministries of education throughout the world to take their goals and their issues, and based on that, develop technology solutions, usually based around classroom, hardware, software, support, and services, all designed to enhance teaching and learning. Our solutions are used in over 2 million classrooms throughout the world. We've done a lot of work over the years in Russia. I'm very fortunate to have had the opportunity to visit Russia many times. We have an office in Moscow. So that's where we come from. That's a little bit about Promethean. I want now to hand over to my colleague, Richard King. He's from the Education Development Trust. He's going to talk a little bit about his work, but also look at the broader context of the presentation we're doing today, and also the report behind it. So I'm going to hand over to Richard now. Are you there, Richard?
I'm here. Thanks, John.
Cool. Let me mute myself and let you carry on.
Thanks, John. And thank you again on my behalf too for the opportunity to present to you today. So I'm Richard King. I'm, as John said, the Strategic Growth Director at Education Development Trust. I'll say just a little bit about Education Development Trust, and then I'll move on to the key aspects of the report that John was talking about. So Education Development Trust, we're a not-for-profit organisation that works globally on education services. We're mission-driven, so our mission is to provide evidence-based sustainable solutions that transform lives through education. And the way we do this is a bit like John was saying with Promethean. We work with ministries of education, and that can be at the ministry level or it could be at the school level, to support education reform. And we do this in 3 ways. So we have a research team. We provide evidence around what works, what we see is working, what other people are doing as well. We look at bright spots in education globally to understand that. We also have a team of technical consultants, experts who can come and support ministries or other organisations with addressing policy type issues. And we also deliver large scale implementation programmes. So we actually support the implementation of strengthening programs that build capacity across systems. And we do this, we're based in the UK, our headquarters are here in the UK, but we also do this across the Middle East, across South and Southeast Asia, across Sub-Saharan Africa. We've worked with about 40 countries in the last 5 years. And we do it both directly with ministries, but also through intermediaries such as the UK Aid Department, the FCDO, or USAID, UNICEF, and others. And over the course of last year, we worked with 2.5 million learners and nearly 1 million education practitioners, as well as system leaders. So that's a little bit about us. And we co-chair and support the education working group at British Expertise International. So if John, you move on to the next slide. So as John mentioned, and everybody knows, and obviously the key theme for the conference is around understanding the impact of the pandemic on education systems. And I think everybody is aware that the pandemic's had a profound impact and will continue to have a profound impact on education systems globally. And the members of the BEI working group are working very closely in lots of these different systems across the world in different ways. So I think understanding quite well how the scale of this impact. So we know more than 1 billion young people have been out of school. We also know that some systems have started to open, schools have started to open, but for many systems, including sitting here in the UK at the moment, schools are closed. They did open, but they've had to close again. So we're seeing this disruption to education systems continuing. And potentially one of the unique things about this crisis is the fact that it seems to be impacting on all systems, regardless of levels of resource. So for example, if you're in Sierra Leone at the moment, all the schools are open and children are going to school. If you're sitting here in the UK, that's not the case. So the differential impact, of course, resource and capacity is an important factor. But despite that, due to the nature of the epidemiology of the crisis, the differential impact is being felt in different systems in different ways. We all know that in the short term, with schools closed, it has a huge impact on access and quality. So obviously for some children, despite best efforts around learning continuity in some parts of the world, they've not been able to access education at all. For some children who have been able to access education, the quality of that access has been weaker, possibly because even with use of things like technology, without the teacher to mediate learning, the impact on what children are able to learn in that situation is compromised. And therefore this threatens Sustainable Development Goal number 4, where there was some progress being made. Some of the progress is now being threatened. But there are also broader and longer term issues. So things to do with child protection, things to do with gender equity, things to do with displaced populations, and whether and how they're going to be able to re-access education in some ways. Some children won't return to school. That has a serious consequence on their skills for employability, transitions into other forms of education. And for those that do return, the legacy of the learning loss will be something very difficult for systems to address. And as highlighted by the World Bank, the impact on future learning, on learning loss for future earnings for individuals is very serious, but also for national economies. That's something that will be felt for many years to come. One other thing to mention too is alongside the scale of the challenge, we also have potentially a resource challenge, because with the economic impact of the pandemic, potentially systems have less resource to address these issues that the pandemic is raising. So if we move on to the next slide, What we were trying to do in the report was to cover two things. So the first thing was to really articulate from the perspective of British Expertise members what we think or we see are the key dimensions to this crisis. And some of this won't be a surprise. And secondly, we wanted to outline sustainable systemic interventions that we think can help systems to respond. So in that first area about the key dimensions, as shown on the diagram that's on the slide, and apologies if it's not translated into Russian, but the link to the report is available. We think there were three key dimensions to consider. So the first is to do with the direct impact, educational impact that's happening. So that's things to do with learning loss directly for children. I mentioned also things to do with child protection, skills development, transition, and one key factor being that for all of these areas, the most marginalized children were experiencing these impacts most seriously. So that could be things to do with gender, it could be things to do with income levels, it could be things to do with displacement, it could be things to do with either physical or learning disabilities. The second dimension are school level factors which have a causative impact on that educational impact. So things to do with remote learning. So the ability of systems to deliver effective remote learning, the capacity of teachers, the skills that teachers have to engage in these new modalities of learning, but also as children start to come back to address some of the issues around learning loss. The importance of the home and community, which for many systems, I think that the potential of how home and community can support the school, I think has been highlighted. And also the need for accelerated learning and catch-up approaches. And then you have a third dimension, which is to do with the system itself. And obviously the system has a key causative influence on what happens at school level and therefore directly what's happening with children and young people. And things to do with effective planning and governance, and the requirement for effective, reliable and timely data. That's one of the features that we've seen, particularly, for example, in our own research, is getting hold of good data that tells you where the impact has been felt most has been quite challenging. Alongside that, considerations about assessment and qualifications and how they need to potentially adapt and reform in the face of the disruption, but also starting to think about how we can build more effective approaches to assessment and qualifications. And I mentioned financing too, the fundamental need to ensure that there are adequate resources available in order to address those challenges. So we felt like these three dimensions were important for any system leader, any education leader who was looking at the crisis and trying to understand it. And then lastly, if you move on to the next slide, John, we outlined a number of areas related to those system dimensions that systems could be thinking about in terms of how to address support. So in terms of educational impact, things to do with access and technology. So things to do with safeguarding, inclusive and gender sensitive policies around programs. At the school level, the critical importance of supporting teachers to cope with new demands, teacher training for things like remote learning or psychosocial support, the importance of using learning resources and thinking about low tech, things like paper-based things alongside the higher tech forms of support. If you think about the system level, recognizing the capacity needs of ministries and regional and district offices to cope with the planning challenge, how they're having to think about shifting policies, changing the ways in which they need to support their schools and their teachers, consideration to things like examinations, higher education support, and I mentioned data, the use of perhaps more creative ways, innovative ways to collect the right data, building on solid approaches to monitoring and evaluation. So all of this has been informed by the experience of members of the working group. And what we'll now do is just describe some examples of some of those areas that working group members have seen as potential bright spots.
Got to unmute myself. Thank you, Richard. So the way we've done this is, as Richard said, we're going to go through a number of themes. Obviously, because of time, it's going to be, we're only going to be able to provide quick summaries. The way we've done it is that you will see at the top left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the name of the institution that gave us, who focused on this specific insight. So to begin with, from Promethean's point of view, obviously we are an education technology provider. The current pandemic has led many governments to seek technological solutions to the challenges of maintaining education during lockdown. However, this has highlighted crucial issues to do with access, connectivity, and power. Less than 15%, 15% of the world's population have access to fixed line broadband, and only round about 44% have any access to any kind of fixed line internet. And in addition to that, over 1 billion people don't have a stable power supply. So how do you provide education through technology in circumstances like this? So one of the big challenges for governments throughout the world, for ministries of education throughout the world, is providing access to marginalized groups, to rural and remote communities that simply don't have the access that the rest of us do. In addition to this, teacher capacity building through training and support, not only from a technical point of view, but also from a pedagogical point of view, has become a high priority. Distance and hybrid learning will have a significant pedagogical impact. For example, shifting education towards more student-centered learning. And both practitioners and students will need guidance and support and training, along with the building of communities, because we're lacking with lockdown and isolation. The social component of education is removed. So we need to look at ways in which we can rebuild those through technology to support and to respond to the needs of teachers and students. So these were some of the kind of the issues and themes that rose from a technology point of view. Now, if we move on to issues to do with safeguarding, during the current pandemic, because of isolation, there's an increased risk of violence towards children. And there are ways of intervening with this, including delivering parenting lessons and parenting guidance in parallel to remotely delivered lessons, including also raising awareness and supporting social services. As Richard has already mentioned, there's significant risks of students falling out of the system completely, no longer basically dropping out of education full stop. There are ways of addressing this, including keeping links between education and children, focusing on the vulnerable and the marginalized, providing them with education content and support services. And then on the return to school, prevention of spreading of the virus through things like fumigation, through COVID-targeted sanitation, the improvement and the introduction of sanitation and washing facilities within schools. Obviously, again, educators have to look at issues to do with overcrowding, and this might be through a phased return or through shift systems in order to reduce class sizes. So again, support in this area involves strengthening programs to build the capacity of governments to plan these interventions through access, as Richard mentioned, to data, effective data collection, which again has been compromised by the pandemic. So moving on, Richard also mentioned assessment and qualifications. In most countries, the onset of the pandemic had a huge impact on examinations and assessment, particularly in those education systems that rely very much on sit-down, high-stakes examinations to provide students with grades to allow them to go on to university or continue on other pathways. What we have seen is that countries that used continuous assessment as part of their examination system coped much better than those that didn't. For example, in Norway, 80% of a student's final grade was from continuous assessment and only 20% from the sit-downs. So they forgot the 20% and focused on the 80% continuous assessment. So the impact there was much less than in other countries. Again, where teachers and schools are given sufficient additional support for alternative forms of assessment, the systems were better able to cope. The next challenge in terms of assessment lies in integrating students back into the system. because when students go on holiday for the summer holidays, there is inevitable loss of learning. This time, because the period of lockdown has been much, much, much longer, the loss of learning is much bigger. And so assessment procedures, once the return to the school happens, has to focus very much on identifying loss of learning and mitigating it. Then in terms of gender and inclusion, again, with the economic impact of the pandemic at a strategic level, at an institutional level, may lead to a deprioritization of gender equality, social inclusion, and safeguarding, not for marginalized communities, gender-focused community to do with gender, but also with people with disabilities. This has had, and there's a danger that it will continue to have, impact on poor households, access to education, pushing marginalized people out of education and increasing their vulnerability to, for example, gender-based violence, etc. Again, girls and people with disabilities are at most risk with this. Though at this kind of an advocacy level, at a strategic level, it's important to continue to support advocacy, to monitor and evaluate the situation and identify and tackle barriers, these barriers that have been increased by the crisis. Richard mentioned data, the importance of gathering data, but also the fact that data has been compromised by lockdown. Again, we need to be able to gather data in order to identify learning loss, to find out how learning loss has been distributed amongst students, and how teachers should adjust their approaches. We've seen that the data analysis can allow us to provide evidence of trends across grades and languages and countries will allow us to identify and estimate loss. But also we need to make sure that data gathering systems are resilient and that governments can strengthen their education management information systems. This leads us then on to planning and governance. Leaders are having to make decisions based on limited and rapidly changing evidence and data. And so in this particular instance, McKinsey Development Partners, who were focused on this theme, identified 6 guiding principles in order to help with governance and monitoring and planning. Dedicating leadership capacity at each level of the school system to make sure responses are well coordinated. Developing clear protocols and decision-making processes. Communicating clearly across all stakeholder groups. Clear communications is absolutely vital, including teachers, principals, parents, and students, in order to build and maintain trust during these very difficult times. Creating strong relationships at policy and operational levels with relevant government and non-government entities. Then also ensuring that all plans are rigorously tested, ideally through running simulations, day in the life simulations that might map out a typical day for a student or a teacher in a system that has been developed to adapt to this crisis. And then finally, again, putting in place effective data and monitoring systems to track implementation of all of the interventions that we might introduce in order to cope with the situation. And again, going back to the subject of data, lockdown has created significant challenges for monitoring and evaluation because so many people have simply dropped off the system. They've basically disappeared. So we need to be able to develop alternative approaches to data collection, not simply relying on input, but also things like geospatial mapping is one way that, and the use of mobile data can provide an alternative for generating evidence, particularly about hard to reach populations. Of course, there are then ethical questions involved in that to do with the desirability of surveillance. In the specific case of education funding, the last year, 6 months to a year, has seen a huge reallocation of resources from donors So money that was originally targeted for things like education has often been diverted into health. Obviously, this needs to be very carefully monitored to ensure value and transparency and accountability. So again, it's important that governance and strategic collaborations have the systems in place to make sure that everything is being accurately tracked and organized. So again, this is running through some of the key themes that we focused on at British Expertise International. So I'm going to hand over to Richard now, and he's going to go through the rest of the ones in the report. So over to you, Richard.
Thanks, John. So I mentioned home and community earlier. So this is an example from our work, Education Development Trust in Kenya. So we work with marginalised girls, many of whom are out of school. And during the lockdown, which happened in Kenya, where schools were closed for a period of time, we used the community as a key lever to maintain learning continuity for the girls that we were working with. So that involved actually partnering with the Ministry of Health. We already worked with them. They have these volunteers in the Ministry of Health that support at the community level. So it was using those people to act as the conduit between teachers and students, and also the parents in the community, to actually help to deliver learning materials and provide assessment feedback to the girls that we were working with, and also bringing girls together in socially distanced groups at the community level to continue reading. And we did a research report, rapid research report, and found that we had between 80 and 90% learner continuity, which compared to about 40 to 50% for comparative groups that we weren't working with. So I think it just illustrated the importance of thinking and rethinking how there can be relationships between schools, community and parents, perhaps as we move out of the crisis phase and into a recovery phase. If you look at the next example too, so this is just highlighting, and John mentioned it in relation to planning, an example around the importance of communication. So one of the organisations in the working group Palladium has been working in the Philippines, supporting the government there to use different channels for communication during the COVID school closure and the reopening. So things around SMS, things around two-way radio, things about social media. And partly that was to disseminate the learning continuity plans of the ministry, but also then to use those channels actually as modalities for delivery of learning. If we move on to the next one, this was looking at vocational education. We mentioned the importance of the link between transitions and thinking about potentially even children that maybe might not finish some of the academic pathways, might need to move directly into vocational pathways. Another example for this is from Pearson. So their work with vocational education institutions really illustrated that there was already potentially a disconnect between the market, what employers need, and what schools or tertiary institutions were providing. And actually with the COVID pandemic, obviously the market shifted even further to some sectors such as tourism and hospitality, potentially hard hit by the COVID pandemic. Other areas such as healthcare, logistics, and digital technologies, perhaps as a growing market need. So the key thing there was around the ability of vocational institutions to flex what they're offering. And actually, because of the consequences of the lockdowns, the shift to online and digital platforms that's been necessitated creates an opportunity to actually more quickly upskill lecturers and potentially also thinking around modular curricula that are easier to flex and adapt, and also using technology where young people can't actually go to workplaces to see things in practice, the use of technology to simulate and replicate environments, all of which potentially help with the crisis phase that we're in, but also potentially create opportunities to have a stronger vocational system as we move forward. And then the last example on higher education, this was an example from the British Council. They're working with lots of higher education institutions during the crisis. And obviously, higher education institutions in many places have been heavily disrupted due to student mobility and also campus closures. So again, some parallels to the vocational aspect, but thinking through how they can support higher education institutions to adapt and to flex. And things like, for example, with a greater use of online learning, what the quality assurance systems need to look like in order to ensure that the quality of provision is still maintained. And when we think about the amount of money that is paid in fees by students, particularly in higher education, how to ensure that when you have these new modalities of learning, more blended, you're having to use online mechanisms a bit more than previously, how to ensure the student experience is still enriched and justifies really some of the resource that's been put towards that. So just in summary, that last slide shows what we did was we mapped these different areas of these different dimension areas, these areas that we thought systems needed support with, to the experience of different members in the working group. So it just provided a quick and easy way to see, okay, well, if for each of these different areas, if there are potentially questions, issues, things, or experiences that people wanted to find out about, you could easily see the experience of different members and how they could apply. And I think the key takeaway for us has been really the message that we're trying to give is to think through the systemic nature of this and the different dimensions and how they relate to each other. And whilst there is a huge challenge, there are examples of positive practice to learn from, and potentially organisations like our own can bring insight and support to system leaders to enact change. So we'd be happy to hear more about the challenges being faced by people at the conference, and invite you to contact us to discuss any of this further.
Yeah, thank you very much. Here you can see there's a link to the report, and there's also, if you want to contact British Expertise International, there is a contact there for you to our colleague Alexandra, who is a native Russian speaker, so you can communicate with her in Russian as well as English. Just very quickly to finish, there was one question, and it was whether students are being blamed for the learning loss. Is that our experience? In our experience, not really. What we're seeing is that certainly there is a greater emphasis and understanding of the impact of well-being and mental health on students' ability to study and learning loss. So, and that's very heartening to see. So I think that it's certainly in the future, throughout all levels of the education system, there will be a greater emphasis on ensuring that students get the support they need for well-being, etc., as well as teaching and learning. Okay, I will now stop sharing my screen and hand back to Mr. Rachevsky. Thank you very much indeed.
Здесь есть еще один вопрос спикерам от
Спасибо,
Александра
Джон.
Аронова.
We do have another question, says Yelena. Well, thank you very much, John. Thank you very much, Richard. There is strikingly a lot in common that we have. I would say everything you have shared is shared by us. I am just a school principal, but what you have told us completely and fully echoes my personal experience and what I'm hearing from our colleagues. We have a question here, a question about the need to revise the assessment system. And here's my suggestion. Let's hear Tigran Schmiss's presentation, and then we'll have some time to take all the questions in while sitting and perhaps share some of our judgments. So with this, I would like to give the floor to Tigran Schmiss of the Moscow office of the World Bank. He will talk about what we learned and how the country reviews the data on the consequences of the pandemic and about the next steps. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. I will bring my slides up on the screen right away. Let me start with this. The pandemic has affected everyone. It's been with us for a long time. The overview I will present is somewhat behind, but I'll try to say a few words about what we are seeing today. This project is a joint project with UNESCO and the UNICEF, for the most part, we looked at different countries in order to see what it is that they do in order to balance off the closing of schools. 1.5 billion students in the world have been left without schooling opportunities. We targeted 149 countries in the second phase of our project. Phase 1 included 119 schools, I think. And then later on, other countries came on board of the overview. Russia was involved in both. We developed a questionnaire to be filled out by government members, specifically ministries of education or other ministries or agencies involved in education. It's a multilingual overview. The questionnaire was translated into multiple languages, so you can access it in many different languages. These are the questions we asked. We grouped them by the subject. We did not include higher education or vocational education. And in phase 2, we looked at countries' plans to reopen schools, at school calendars, at systems of distance learning, strategies of distance learning, at teachers, students, parents, and caretakers. And lastly, we looked at learning, teaching, assessment, and examinations. And lastly, we looked at financing. Financing is the subject that was not included in phase 1. In this presentation, I will only cover some of these items on the list. This is the coverage in both phase 1 and phase 2. And these are numbers in percentage points of the spread of the countries we covered throughout the world's regions. As you can see, all regions of the world were involved in phase 2. In different regions, the number of participants varied, and yet all the regions are represented, as well as all the income levels. Moving on, we built several graphs based on the analytical data we acquired. This picture shows the loss of learning. The gray areas indicate the time when schools were closed. That's the first week on March in most countries. The width is the duration of the time when schools were closed, and orange or yellow are the breaks, the interruptions in learning or holidays. Summer holidays in different regions of the world fall on different times of the year, obviously. So this is captured in this graph. In some countries, and we don't name them, by the way, on this graph. We just want to give a general idea of the country's response to the shutdown of schools, and it so happened that the most active period of learning normally was exactly the time when schools were suspended. Even though some teaching did continue. So most kids lost an entire year. The fourth block from the top. These are the countries where the pandemic fell on summer months, so it's only part of the year that was lost. There's just one country, the fifth from the top, where schools were closed for part of the year, from March through May, roughly, where kids did not go to school. Ministries of Education submitted data on the number of days lost for kids with a breakdown based on income level. The higher level of income countries were the less hit, whereas the low income countries suffered the most. This academic year, poor countries lost as many as up to 77 days. We presented Russia by a separate column. We fall in the upper middle income category, and we have lost about 55 days. I've put an asterisk next to 55 because this is an estimated value based on certain assumptions. Some schools closed towards the end of March and reopened towards early September. So we assumed the Russian kids lost 55 days of schooling in the first wave of COVID-19. This is the share of loss of the academic year, again with a breakdown into income categories. The low-income countries are the hardest hit, together with the lower middle income countries. Interestingly, countries had to answer the question how effective distance learning is in their mind, and this represents their answers. There's a difference in their responses. The low-income participants are color marked in blue. That's when they responded that it was not effective. And it's pretty much the same regardless of the modalities. It's online mode, TV mode, radio mode, and so on. There are packages of materials for home learning, and 43% of responders say that they're ineffective. But if you look at the higher income, you would see that the blue color, which represents ineffectiveness, is almost not present when we speak about on the online mode. So for the most part, it's considered to be effective. And as income drops, online education effectiveness also starts to drop, or the perception of its effectiveness begins to drop. Also noteworthy is what happens with the home learning packages. About 33% of countries think that they are more effective than, let's say, radio broadcasts. What's the overall effect of the distant learning? And this, of course, is nothing but a follow-up of what we already heard here today. Will all others being equal, distant learning has changed education, transformed it about 90%, even more. Worldwide, say that they will continue using online or distant learning. 93% of low-income countries say that they will continue when schools reopen. That's quite striking. Some kids already go back to school, others will go back to school later, and yet most schools will continue working in the distant mode. So this is a new reality that is likely to stay. Another question we asked is whether distant education is considered formal education equal to regular formal education. And again, based on the level of income, the share obviously grows in the lower middle income countries and low income countries. From 20 to 70% answered positively, and in what's scary is the 20% number in the low income countries. The governments there believe that one should not consider any type of distant learning equal to coming to school and learning there physically. These numbers will certainly warrant more research and examination. This is what happened in school systems after the lockdown started. This was a rapid attempt at a research. Approximately 463 million people did not have any access to any form of learning. Once schools shut down, it's about 1/3 of all the school kids. We have approximately 1.7 billion school children worldwide. So this number is quite considerable. And again, we are yet to digest its significance. This is another question we asked. Do countries assess school children's knowledge? There are countries which apparently don't monitor academic outcomes. These are percentage points of the countries where nothing is done along these lines. And what's alarming is that 1/4 of all instances in low-income countries is where nothing is done about assessment. And here we attempted to show at what level assessment is taking place. In over 60% of instances in basic education and in principal education, assessments do take place. Assessment efforts are conducted by teachers on the school level. In about half of all the instances, assessments are conducted on the national level. But in-school assessments constitute the lion's share of all assessments. And this, I think, is indicative of the significance of school-level assessments. And this is actual data we have amassed. These are two graphs. On the left-hand side, you have our German-based data. We looked at the amount of time spent by children learning after the lockdown started. We have looked at all categories. The topmost two lines are low achievers and high achievers. And regardless of their level of success, their school time or learning time was reduced by a factor of 2. And overall, the time spent on learning has gone down. I will take all the questions, and thank you for your questions when I am done. Now, what else did Germany do? Germany looked at what was happening before the coronavirus and after the coronavirus, looked at the factors that help maintain knowledge and learning, such as reading, art, music, physical exercise, and they affect learning in a positive way, whereas watching TV, social media, playing games as negative factors for learning. During the crisis, compensating measures have increased, but then at the same time, the activities that are viewed as detrimental for learning have also gone up. And on the right-hand side, you have Holland. You have a vertical dotted line. That's the balance point, so to speak. That's the time when schools closed. The red lines are representative of parental education. It's also indicative of how much behind the students are due to the pandemic. There are some factors that do not produce a significant effect on learning, and yet overall the drop in the effectiveness of learning is 3%. There is a correlation with parental involvement, however, it is not very significant. This is actual data on losses in learning in countries which have undertaken some kinds of research over the recent time. Here is a graph we put together at the World Bank. We simulated learning losses in all countries based on economic data and other types of data we have collected. This is a model we've built. The vertical line represents the minimum literacy level according to PISA. It's reading. Everything on the right side of that line represents kids that have not attained the minimum level of literacy. I correct myself, that's on the left-hand side. Then on the right-hand side, these are kids that have succeeded in reaching this level. The dark blue line is the baseline. Let's consider the situation where the loss of learning in Russia will occur in equal shares for both low-income kids and high-income kids. That's our initial assumption. Then the graph will shift as represented by the light blue curve. That's our original simulation. And the red line is representative of the situation where these two groups of children will suffer different kinds of consequences. Assuming there are higher income parents and higher education level parents. So the kids which were in a worse situation at the outset will be harder hit by the crisis. And this is what's represented by the red curve. So that's the model for assessment that we want to suggest. There is even an scarier model where kids in higher income families will do even better, and therefore the gap between them and the kids from the lower income families will suffer even more. That's the dotted pink line. What will this mean for Russia? This will effectively mean, based on PISA reading data, the gap between different income groups will increase to approximately the score of 100. Currently, it's around 70. Overall, Russia has been able to bridge the gap in math, reading, and sciences. And what we are observing right now is or might be a step back. Our score is 26. And the minimum level of literacy may change from 32 to 38. The overall loss of income per capita is also included in this graph, because we know the current rate of return on investment, and the average loss for school kids who will eventually enter the labor market will be around $1,500 in salaries. So taken together, it's approximately $300 billion for the entire duration of the pandemic. So this is our data. I don't know how encouraging it may sound. We're obviously faced with quite a few challenges. These are just 4 of them. Number 3 on this list is something I would like to highlight in particular. The loss of learning is being politicized in some countries, and national leaderships prefer not to admit this loss, and I think this is quite a grave mistake, because even in high income countries, with countries rated high in PISA reviews, even they admit to significant loss of learning due to the pandemic. My colleagues here highlighted some of the challenges we face, and Mr. Rachevsky made a good point about the new educational environment that we face. We are to mobilize and adapt our system.
So the new educational environment is something that will require an adaptation from the teachers and the students. So what should the countries do in the first place? And that is of critical importance, is to assess the losses in education we have had in those countries where this hasn't been done. It's important that we understand where we've had these losses. Next, we need to recover what was lost, because this is important for today and also long term. And in fact, this may entail a lot of further losses in the future. Now, the issue is how the new reality in the new educational system is going to be built. I believe the new type of school is a school that will change, in particular through digital technologies. Next, we need targeted assistance. In the first place, in Russia, we have the relevant resources and we have some international data demonstrating the efficacy of some methodologies we can apply here. For example, tutoring. Coming from Great Britain, there is a great project. Great Britain has developed a major project on individual tutoring for children who lag behind the curriculum during the pandemic, and this certainly is very helpful. Other ways of doing this is accelerated education. Summer schools, in particular in the United States, they are planning the national summer school. In fact, when the pandemic just started, we thought the next summer was going to be the summer school summer, but we did not quite realize the complexity of the challenge we were faced with. For the next summer, I believe some summer schools will be necessary to revisiting school education as a consequence of COVID-19. Yefim Rachevsky gave a very clear idea of this. This idea of mobilization is very likely to get everyone then later to relax once everything is back to the norm. But also we can get back to a completely new schooling situation, which might even be better. I mean, if we turn the innovative system more effective, it certainly would be excellent. Using the traditional approaches and the current situation certainly makes it possible. And also more education, more funding to be available in education. Clearly, that is an important demand in most countries. Most low-income countries are planning to cut down their budgets for education, and the bigger number of high-income countries are planning to increase their budget for education. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much. Especially, we were quite impressed with the last conclusion, that is that the low-income countries are going to cut down their education budget and the high-income countries will increase it. That's quite surprising. Now, I think we won some time, actually. When I was given the list of speakers, I thought John and Richard would have half an hour each, but since they did the presentation together and shared the time, we've saved some time. So Tigran, my proposal is to you. You said after your presentation, you will take the questions. I suggest we do so. Are there any questions to Tigran? I suggest all the speakers answer the questions we receive. That sounds like a very good idea. Please, let's go ahead and do it. So Tigran, I suggest we start with you. If you get any questions in our messenger, please answer them. We have the time. I can see a question about the monitoring of countries in with high income. So the question is, why do they do the monitoring in the higher income countries less frequently? I believe I might have not expressed my message clearly. So the diagram I demonstrated whether or not the countries monitor the knowledge and the skills of the children. So the countries I demonstrated are the ones that do not do this monitoring. So out of them, the high-income countries make 3%. Now, we have 25 and 27% in the countries with low income. So quite the opposite. The countries with a higher level of income do their monitoring in a more extensive way, perhaps more frequently also. I'm not sure about the greater frequency of this, but the international data demonstrate that they certainly do it in a more extensive fashion. Next, here is a message. It's exciting to take a look at the real PISA outcomes. And so clearly it might be indicative of our reporting being wrong. Well, that's actually is exciting because in Russia, we are also running a big OECD project on the PISA application. And in fact, it's never been interrupted. And in Russia, you can take a look at the data of PISA for school because, in fact, the data are quite compatible. In a number of regions, we're going to do this assessment, this monitoring, and I believe it's going to be exciting for Russia to check what the real losses are after the lockdown education. I mean, PISA for school will really demonstrate the exact losses we've had in education. In other workshops, we've heard that they do this kind of research of the results. Galina Kovaleva was talking about studies in some particular regions, and she said they already had some very visible losses in both the educational outcomes and in what Efim Rashevsky referred to as coordination, interaction, or the organizational aspects of education, that is the organization of education. So these are the skills that people are losing during the lockdown education online. I mean, in PISA for school, we can talk about the measurement of the cognitive performance, but it's important to also check how the non-cognitive performance has changed in the schooling and how the skills we need in the future have changed as well. Could you please explain your opinion on revisiting the assessment system in schools? I believe this is a question to everybody who's spoken here. Please, colleagues, get involved. Let me answer. Alexander, thank you very much for this question. The dropping of the PISA indicators is an estimate, of course. It's a model. It's just a model which we apply to get what we have, what is accessible to us, and that's the PISA results, for instance. And through what we have, we can do some kind of modeling and see what the impact is, okay? So the real PISA will show the real picture. Thank you. Thank you. The assessment systems. Alexander's question, I believe, was also addressed to me because in my presentation, I was very categorical about the absolute need to revisit the assessment system. So I will make a very quick contribution here in the first place, in line with the current active law on education in Russia. The school can establish its own assessment systems, right? So whatever assessment system the school believes works, it can accept it. The only unchangeable things is the national system, the unified examination. And in fact, as I was listening to Tigran's presentation, I considered what are the advantages and the losses we've had. Well, in Russia, we really won a lot from giving up on the exams for the incomplete course of secondary education. Now, I believe John, Richard, and Stephen, everybody knows what the unified examination is about. In fact, only those who are going to go to the university after school when having this unified examination, it only benefits them. Now, otherwise, the assessment system is about a very long story. And if you consider the regulations, we will not find a single clear regulation we ought to comply with in terms of assessments for mathematics, for instance, or whatever other subject. Now, attempts have been made at introducing formative assessment in schools. Igor spoke about this yesterday and other speakers as well. Unfortunately, this attempt at assessment that does not include the assumption of innocence. That is, basically the assessment is about the following: child by default considered guilty. Like if you don't do something, they take things away from you instead of giving things to you if you have done something. It's based on a negative assumption and not on a positive one. It's not based on the presumption of innocence, okay, if I may put it this way. So I would say Alexander's question effectively sets a major theme for a very big discussion. So I'm just getting away from answering this question, see? Now, next, what have we won or gained? Well, you see, any cataclysm like this generates experience. Like, for instance, in Texas, they are certainly going to get a good proper stock of snow shoveling equipment for the next year after what's happened in Texas, right? I mean, I'm truly impressed with Tigran's conclusions, with the conclusions from John's and Richard's presentations, but nevertheless, there is one thing that I still feel around. What has not worked out is very visible to many. Now, what has worked out and the lessons we can learn from it are not that visible. So we've got to be constructive and positive. I'm sorry I'm using these two very theoretical words, but the lessons we can learn are invaluable. In some ways, some places we can make very quick and immediate operational changes. In some ways, it takes more strategic work. It's interesting, Tigran said that the low-income countries are not going to increase the investments in education. The well-off countries are going to invest in education. That is clear because they see education as an investment. Let me share a case with you. Somewhere in the middle of this whole lockdown period, I get a letter. Please, can you bring in a couple of more cameras? Why? Because when I leave for work and my 7-year school student, he just devastates the fridge, evacuates himself on the sofa and then down the table. Now I'm asking his mother, what do you want? But we've got to control his learning process, she says. I need another camera too. So over many, many years of contemporary school education, they've had this discussion ongoing. Who's in charge of it? Who's responsible for this? The school or the family? Now, it turns out he's now at home with the family. The school is like 5 kilometers away from him. So who is responsible for this? Okay, and there is another important question our very advanced parents asked. Look, the school is responsible for his life and for his safety and security, right? When he's studying online, who is responsible for this? Who's responsible for his life, security, safety, for making sure he's not going to lick open cables, for instance, at home? I mean, 220 volts or something. But in the legislation, there are all the provisions for this. But if a child who's in lockdown is suicidal, I will be summoned by the prosecutor's office as the headmaster, right? What is it you've done or not done with this boy online that he has had the overdosage of sleeping pills, right? That's another aspect we've got to think about. Let me turn to my colleagues now. We have a whole 12 minutes. Please feel free to contribute, ask questions, whatever.
I can maybe
прошу.
I can offer some comment. So just in terms of the point around assessment, I think John alluded to some of this earlier as well, but certainly in our experience, there's two aspects to assessment that I think are important. A lot of what we've been discussing is to do with a summative assessment, things to do with high stakes examinations. And obviously there are things in that area that are more relevant to consider from a more ministry perspective, from a central perspective in terms of perhaps how you amend some of those things to reduce some of the challenges when you have one high stakes examination and the potential impact that has. And John mentioned things to do with, teacher-based assessments, continuous assessment, and those sorts of things. But I think the other really important aspect around assessment is to do with formative assessment and the way in which perhaps technology provides more opportunity to support teachers to do formative assessment more effectively. And particularly when you think about middle to low income countries where the capacity of teachers to do effective formative assessment is quite weak, at least the experiences that the pandemic has brought in terms of the ability to use technology to support them to do that, I think there's something there that potentially we need to put a bit more attention towards, so that classroom-based assessment can be more effective, especially if you have kids that are returning from different experiences of lockdown with different levels of learning loss. So the ability of teachers to identify and therefore target children in appropriate ways. Maybe just one other comment would be in terms of your question to do with, well, what have we learned and what can we take forward? I think the combination of recognizing that technology has provided a great opportunity, particularly also to link the school and the home, and also potentially in some contexts the community in different ways. But also what it's reminded us is the importance of the educator, of the teacher, to help to mediate the experience of young people. And it raises challenges because it means we need to support educators, we need to support teachers, and offer them better training. Of course, technology can support that too. So I think there's something there around the relationship between the teacher, the home and school, but also how technology can help to support new configurations of learning in that way.
I think to add to, sorry. I was going to say, just to add to what Richard has said, there's also the component, learning loss is a massive challenge, and formative assessment can help with that. But the issue you're going to have with learning loss, and that we're seeing this now, is that out of a class of 30 students, for example, every single student may have a different level of learning loss because their experiences at home and during this pandemic will be very individualized. I think there's also an opening here for the process of self-assessment. Obviously, children who are isolated at home are going to have to be supported to develop skills in self-management, to be able to not only manage their own learning, but also manage things like mental health and well-being. And I think that also we can start to introduce the notion of self-assessment, where the students are encouraged and supported to become more self-actualized and self-aware learners, and to develop tools to allow them to kind of map and track their own learning, and therefore help work with the teachers, work with the parents to map out ways of dealing with their own very individualized learning loss. So I think that's also an interesting challenge. Technology, the problem we've seen with technology, and I think this has been a huge wake-up call in many countries, is that access and equity is the absolute fundamental issue. Technology is, as Richard says, technology provides us with the tools to help deal with a lot of these issues. However, only if every single child has access to that technology. What we've seen, unfortunately, throughout the world is that the majority of children simply do not have access to the technology that will allow their learning to be supported. So I think, from a technology point of view, the priority has to be at the governmental level to ensure that every child has effective access.
Спасибо, здорово. Я бы, Джон, вы произнесли...
Excellent, thank you very much. John, you've just said the most important thing here, the key thing here. For 3 days, we've been talking about equality and inequality, but effectively, we will only be able to talk about these issues when everybody has access, right? Because people are different, everybody's different. What kind of equality can we be talking about? But in that case, one of the unequal people can ask, well, have you created equal conditions for us? Have you created an equal environment for us? Because at some point, everybody had to be provided with textbooks and pencils, then electric power, then textbooks. How do you make sure everybody has a textbook? In many countries of the world, including this country, the regions are provided with textbooks by the government. Right now, we are on the eve of another period. I've just given you an example with a seventh-year student, right, with his mother. Okay, the children and the parents have a feeling that children are studying for their mom, for the headmaster, for the president of the Russian Federation, whatnot. A very scarce number of students, far from being everyone, truly, and this was very obvious from Tigran's presentation, understand that education is about investing into oneself. Very scarce number of people understands this. But to make sure this investment into oneself works, we need to ensure access to information, access to the teacher, access to the technological support. Right? Thanks very much, colleagues. We've got another couple of minutes left. So if anyone wants to contribute, please do so. Here is just one quick contribution. Thank you. Just wanted to note that the study we did in 2 stages jointly with UNESCO, UNICEF. We're now at stage 3. That is this month. The countries are filling out their 3rd survey. It's been updated. And this time we are doing this joint survey whereby the coverage is going to be much bigger. So by March, by the end of March, I think we will be preparing the next report in the same kind of format. And as I understand, it's not really indispensable that we buy British Airways tickets to hear this 3rd part conclusions, right? We can get together like this again and hear everything you discover, right? Exactly. Excellent. I'll give you the floor in just 1 second, for sure. I just wanted to allow myself a very quick contribution. You see, after the Crusades in the Middle Ages in Europe, they started washing hands. I mean, that's the way the myth has it. And Dr. John has just demonstrated in one slide a tap with running water, saying that the humanity has never washed their hands as frequently as they are now. And the humanity has never used the PowerPoint opportunities and the Zoom opportunities as they are now. And that's a major step forward, a major breakthrough in the civilizational development. So on this, my mission is completed, and I'm very grateful to everyone. Milena, you have the floor. I've gotten hold of the mic for just 1 second to let you know that we continue this conversation in the same Zoom room with a group of teachers from Great Britain. This time it's practitioners, it's teachers, practitioners led by Stephen Reiner, our old-time friend and partner, and several Russian teachers who will also be taking part in this discussion. So you are very welcome to join in. At the same time, in parallel, we're going to have another several sessions. So please take a look at where you wish to go. So thank you very much. It's been great. It's been inspirational, very exciting, and very promising. Thank you. Wishing good health to all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Efim. Thank you, and see you again.
Thank you. Спасибо.
Thank you.
Мгм.
shout at me if I'm too too quick or too slow. Hi, Olga. Good to see you again. You well?
Hi, good to see you. It's been a year.
It has been a year. Yes, yes. I shall remind everyone of that at the start when I introduce everything. Olga, we are intending to allow plenty of time for you and your colleagues to speak as well. So the plan is that Matt and Sonia and I will speak for about 15 minutes each, something like that. So that, and I know that when in emails with Yelena Cherkashina, she was suggesting that would be about right. And then I will hand over to you to introduce your colleagues, because we want to, although this is called Perspectives from England, we are more interested in perspectives in Russia, really, because we know what we're going to say. So does that sound okay with you?
Yeah, so do you want that I'll introduce my colleagues and then I'll sort of, I'm passing you back the discussion?
Yes, well, what I was thinking of doing was that when we have all spoken, and I will then close my our PowerPoint, and then I'll hand over to you, and then you can take over for the next part. When we get to the end of your part, I don't know what happens then. We'll have a general discussion, which no doubt Lena will help with. But
I'm here, Stephen, so I'm ready to help at any point.
Elena Antonia, please help.
Yeah. So
I will.
That's great. So if we do our part first, and then I'll hand over to Olga to do your part, that part, and then we can all get involved in the general discussion afterwards. Is that okay?
Perfect, yeah.
Okay. I'm switching with Елена Анатольевна for a moment into Russian. Елена Анатольевна, я тогда расскажу про Калугу и про онлайн-школу. Я дам возможность учителям.
Then I will talk about Kaluga, about the online school. I will give a chance to teachers, my fellow teachers, have a say in this discussion. Now, my question is there going to be some kind of a discussion? Is this the plan? In the previous session, we did have some time left for a discussion.
Yeah.
Right. So let's do that, time permitting, at the end.
Yeah.
Good morning. So in a minute, actually, the interpreters will be here. Probably they are already here. Are they? Yeah.
Yes.
So we can start in 1 minute.
They're always here. They've helped me so much.
They're wonderful. Yeah, they're our treasure, our secret weapon. Okay. Just a minute. I guess Konstantin needs to signal to us, because this is when the YouTube broadcast will start.
Of course, yes, this is where we definitely need Konstantin.
Okay.
We're ready to start.
Ura.
In 5 seconds. Okay.
Stephen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning from England, from the University of Manchester. And can I say what a pleasure and a privilege it is for us to be part of this roundtable today. I first met Lena Lenskaya by Skype. If anyone remembers Skype, it seems a long time ago. It was less than 2 years ago. And we've been talking ever since about holding an event such as this, where we could bring together teachers who had trained through Teach First in England, and those who had trained through Uchiteldia России in Russia. And this is our opportunity. And we're talking this morning about some of the difficulties caused by the pandemic. But without the pandemic, we probably wouldn't have been able to do this today. I've had the privilege of and the opportunity of meeting colleagues from Teacher for Russia. 1 year ago today, we were here. You will, some of you perhaps recognize yourself from the picture. And that was a tremendous opportunity to speak and meet teachers at that wonderful school complex, Tsoritino. But today we can get everyone together and have a genuine conversation between us and hear not just about perspectives from England, which is the title of our part of this presentation, but it's very important to us to hear perspectives from Russia as well. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to give my two colleagues an opportunity to introduce themselves now, and then we'll come back to them later. So first of all, Matthew.
Hi, good afternoon or good morning to us. I'm Matt. I'm a teacher in Liverpool in the northwest of England, and I'm currently head of geography in that school. And I've recently completed my master's with the University of Manchester and Stephen in the last year.
Over to you, Sonia.
Hi, my name's Sonia. I'm a Teach First ambassador. I graduated from the programme in 2018. I now teach in an inner city school in Manchester in a very deprived community. I'm a lead teacher, which means that I lead on the CPD for teachers at my school.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Just to go back now to the presentation. You can have one more look at yourselves. Yes, so here is our theme today. It's about leading learning in lockdown. And I borrowed the title, some would say plagiarized the title, from Matt, who used it as the title of his dissertation. So I must pay tribute to that. And to introduce ourselves briefly, just to give a little background, here we are, and what the Teach First scheme in England offers. It's managed by a charity called Teach First, but Teach First works in collaboration with several universities around England. University of Manchester is one of those. And teachers who train through Teach First have the opportunity to study for a master's degree at different universities. And so that is how I came to meet Matt and Sonia. They have both recently graduated with the Masters in Education. I attended their graduation in December without leaving my home, just as I attended the Shaninka graduation without leaving my home. And then my own role, you may possibly have guessed that I didn't personally train through Teach First. That was long before Teach First was heard of. But I've had two direct involvements with Teach First. When Teach First started in England, I was a vice principal in a school in England and responsible for induction and professional development of teachers. So I met three of the first Teach First teachers in England. So that was my role within school. And then more recently, since moving to the university and working in the academic world, if you like, I've been the program director of the master's programs, one called Teach First Leadership, which is Sonia's program, and one called Leadership in Learning, which is Matthew's program. So we're going to each speak now. And the way in which we've planned this is that Matthew and Sonia and I will each speak for about 15 minutes. If there are questions during that time, then we're very happy to answer those. And then when we've each spoken, I will then hand over to Olga to introduce colleagues from Russia. And then at the end, we will have, if there is time, a conversation involving all of us about the issues that are raised, and all very much, I'm sure, on the main theme of the conference about inequality within education, because that's the area in which we all work. So there we are. And then our first presenter then is Matthew Greenslade, now MA Education. And I'll hand over to Matt to take over from now.
Hi again. Okay, so for my dissertation, I started this research on the backdrop of one of the first national lockdowns in England as a result of COVID-19. And the title of the dissertation is Leading Learning in Lockdown. So for some context for you, in March of 2020, the UK, United Kingdom, entered a full lockdown whereby schools were closed right the way through till the September of 2020. And this provided a really big challenge for teachers, because the notice period given to the teachers in England was about, I'd say, about a week. And therefore, it was a huge struggle. And school closure on this level had never actually happened before in living memory anyway. And so from that initial closure, I started to design a research project looking at how teachers were going to kind of cope with that and how they were going to improve their practice moving forward. And so from that, if I can have the next slide there, Stephen. So from that, I came up with 3 aims and objectives. At this point, it's important to really note out that research into distance learning at this age group was not only rare, but in fact, I found only really one example in a big review of literature. Now, distance teaching has been a kind of a staple of education at a university level for quite some time. So a lot of universities around the world have been using distance learning. But for children in particular, at the ages of 11 and 16, distance learning and the impact of the methods and impact on the children had never really been studied before in England. So in that sense, the research was kind of a pioneer study. And as such, I wasn't very sure what I was going to find out from the research. To kind of focus in, because it could have ended up being a very, very large project, I focused on 3 aims. The first aim would be to understand what methods teachers in the UK were using to do that distance learning. Because like I said, before this lockdown, teachers had never had to use their pedagogical practice outside of the physical classroom. Secondly, I wanted to research if it would change any fundamental aspects of teaching. I watched a presentation yesterday where we were talking about formative assessment. So the things in the classroom that we do every day, the assessment, the checking for understanding, the behaviour management, would the lockdown change our views on any of those? And then finally, from a leadership perspective, I wanted to understand what the impact of this would be for school leaders, for the head teacher, for the principal, for governing bodies as well. And so to do that research, initially it was quite a large challenge. Because of the lockdown in England, I wasn't able to physically go into school, and I wasn't able to go and actually meet participants. And so the research that I gave was using an online approach. And so to do that, it was a 2-stage process. I started off with an online online surveys. So I sent out surveys to teachers across the UK on a range of issues, such as what methods are you using, things about feedback, assessment, and pupil learning. After taking the results of those, what I then did was I did some focus groups. So of those teachers, and I'll show you those results on the next slide, I then did in-depth focus groups to really discuss the challenges that teachers were facing across England. And so this is a map here that shows the geographical spread of the survey locations across the UK. And as you can see, the use of the online method was very useful because it enabled me to get data from all corners of the UK. I think in that sense, it was very pleasing because I was able to get a lot of information from most of the big cities across England, but also areas of Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland as well. So geographically, the spread was very, very large. And that was really, really helpful because it then allowed me to understand in more depth what was going on across the kind of United Kingdom as a whole, or more specifically England. And so just to kind of talk you through, there was a huge amount of data generated for this project. As you can imagine, over nearly 300 surveys and focus groups. And so I've reduced it down into 4 main conclusions. I'm going to talk about each of them a little bit now before I move on to look at kind of the disadvantage element of this. And so I'd like to make clear here that firstly, we found that there was no best method. I think what I learned from the presentation yesterday was that workload is not just an issue in England, it's also an issue in Russia. And it was found that a lot of the methods we were using, such as live teaching via Zoom or Microsoft Teams, was very, very bad for teacher workload. In our lockdown in England, teachers lost their childcare capabilities. And so we're trying to teach alongside having their own children at home with them. And that proved a big challenge. Other methods that were looked at were recorded lessons. So teachers would record audio on a PowerPoint, they would record their instruction, and they would then send that out to the children. They would use online learning platforms. We have something called Seneca Learning. It's a good example whereby it's a computer-generated program that the child logs into and does their learning through that. And essentially what the research found was that there was no best method. There was no method that would solve all the problems of removing that physical classroom. Secondly, and this is probably the most key point here really, is that what teachers said was that even though we could measure engagement of children, so for example, we could measure if out of a class of 30, if say 20 of them were engaging with the online learning, say 20 of them were logging into a live lesson or watching the pre-recorded PowerPoint, but there is very little way of understanding if those pupils were actually learning anything. And so engagement is one thing, actually attending the lesson, but understanding if that pupil has learned something from it is a completely different concept. And teachers in England were not confident that they could say that children had actually learned something from the lessons. I'm going to get on to the third point in the next slide or two, but essentially there was a gap between the most disadvantaged pupils and the most advantaged pupils in the UK. So I'm not going to dwell on that one at the moment. I will talk about that in the next 2 slides. But then finally, I think it was safe to say that school leaders in England were not prepared for this. Because of the short notice of the lockdown and because of the newness of distance learning, there was no framework established by school leaders. And therefore, teachers felt a little bit in England like they weren't sure what they should be doing at all times. Because normally if you're in school, you would have set systems and set institutions, but outside of that classroom, that didn't exist when lockdown came into force. And so focusing in on the disadvantaged aspect of it, I am also a Teach First ambassador, and my school also has a very high proportion of disadvantaged pupils. But the survey, when I sent it out, was to teachers across the UK. And so it had a very big variety of teachers, both in sort of the fee-paying schools, but also in the state schools that maybe Teach First would be involved with. And what the research came out with was evidence of something that I would call a digital divide. Now, a digital divide is quite a common term in English, but to kind of give you some context of what I mean by that, essentially, it's the gap between those who can access the internet and technology and those who can't. So for example, a disadvantaged pupil might have less access to good technology like the internet, like laptops, like iPads, than a pupil that was wealthier and would have them already at the start of the lockdown period. And so essentially then, what the research came up with was that there is a very clear digital divide. And I think that the first point is quite obvious. The first point is that disadvantaged pupils across England were struggling to access technology in the same way that their peers were. And so the UK government, the government in England, tried to rectify this by handing out free laptops, but that was a very slow process. And when this research was undertaken, the majority of those children in the UK would not have had access. What I'd really like to focus on are points 2 and 3. So point 2, a very prominent theme in the research was that a lot of pupils, in particular disadvantaged pupils, were sharing technology with siblings. So for example, there might be a household which had a brother and a sister with only one laptop. The brother might use the laptop in the morning between the times of 9 and 12, and then the sister might have the laptop between the times of 1 and 3. And so when doing distance learning, that was a very big challenge because, if they can't access technology at all times of day, that would have to change the approach that teachers in England would use. And the final point on this slide is the idea that another prominent theme that came up was that a lot of children also had caring responsibilities. So even though they're only children, a lot of teachers were finding that in the house, at home, those children were looking after maybe young children, maybe babies of 1, 2, and 3, because their parents were unable to, their parents might still be at work, and therefore they would find it difficult to access the lessons because they don't have a good learning environment. There's other factors going on that would stop them from accessing the learning properly. And so from that, the next stage of the research was, well, teachers in England were very clear that disadvantaged pupils were struggling to access online lessons. And so I asked the question, well, what sort of things have they been doing that really would help them with that? And so what they came up with was a few ideas of how to reduce that digital divide. The first one was a very clear IT issue in the idea that just by formatting documents for use on mobile phone, that would have a big impact, because we were assuming that pupils would have laptops. If you've ever tried to open PowerPoint or certain platforms on your phone, you will know that it does not work properly. And so a lot of pupils in England were having to use their phone because they didn't have technology. And so formatting it for that was really, really important. But perhaps the most key point here is point number 2, and that is something called a blended learning approach. And so in England, there's been a lot of debate about the use of live teaching. So what we are doing now would be an example of a live lesson, whereas other approaches are things like pre-recorded. And because pupils had siblings, and because they had caring responsibilities, a blended learning approach would kind of mix live and pre-recorded material so that the pupil could access it at varying times of day. Because if that pupil only had a laptop at, say, 3 hours in the morning, that means they would be able to access that learning regardless of what time of day it is set. And then finally, ensuring that staff are actually trained on online platforms. But I know Sonia is going to mention that as well. And so the final slide, if you could there, Stephen. So in terms of lessons for Teach First then, I think as a Teach First participant or as a teacher working in a school of mainly disadvantaged children, I think there are 3 lessons that this research has taught me and also that came out from it as well. And so the first one is ensuring collaboration with colleagues. So I think it is absolutely vital from this research that best practice would be that when we are teaching in this new way, we don't know the answers all the time. Some people might have approaches or methods they have used that have worked well. And so talking to other teachers in your school, talking to other teachers within the kind of Teach First platform would enable those ideas to come to fruition. And that would be a really, really good thing as well. Secondly, I think it's important to provide training and kind of linking in with that point, giving examples of best practice. So for example, if you are teaching a live lesson to children via something like Zoom or Microsoft Teams, if there is a pedagogical approach that has been proven to work for you, it would be good if you could share that with your colleagues. It'd be good if you could provide training to other members of your department and how best to do that. And then finally, to engage with school leaders to create a distance learning framework. And so I think it's important that a framework is created, a framework for assessment, a framework for the different pedagogical approaches, a framework for tracking pupil learning, and engaging with school leaders to do that and taking that upon yourself is a really important thing that I think you should be doing as somebody who is trying to improve the outcomes of pupils in the long term. That's everything from me. Thank you.
Matthew, thank you very much for starting off our contribution to the roundtable. And colleagues, although we're happy to answer any questions in the chat as we go through, we'd also be very happy to take part in the conversation at the end. So I'll move on now to introduce Sonia, and the context is the same, but as you'll hear from Sonia, a rather different focus and rather different findings to report. So Sonia, over to you.
Hi there, everybody, and thank you to Matt and Stephen for introducing me today, and thank you to all of you at the University of Moscow for inviting me here today to speak. It's a real privilege and an honour. So, my name is Sonia. I'm going to give you a little bit of a background about me, which may sound a little bit self-indulgent. However, I think it paints a nice picture of how I came across to do my research with the University of Manchester. So I'm now a Teach First ambassador. This means I completed their programme, and their vision of building a fair education for all really resonated with me quite strongly when I was applying in 2016. And after a successful application, I took my first steps in the classroom in September 2016 at the very start of an academic year and with a full timetable for a full trainee teacher. In England, we have an idiom to throw someone in at the deep end, and I think this aptly summarises my experience as a trainee teacher. After 2 years at this school in a deprived coastal community of the UK, I decided it was time to move on and learn how to teach and teach well, especially teaching languages. In 2018, I moved my life to Manchester and I began to teach at a newly established and growing secondary school, which was only in its second year. Excellent pedagogy was at the centre of the school's ethos, and as the second Spanish teacher to be employed, it was a real unique opportunity and exciting one to create a curriculum which was bespoke to the needs of our students and really cultivated and nurtured a love for languages. So we threw out an outdated curriculum from a textbook, and we decided we'd write our own, which was grammar-led, but with exciting themes from aliens and space stations for the younger students to the Amazon rainforest for the older ones. After my first year at the school, the department doubled in size, and the team and I continued our efforts to nurture and inspire the linguists of tomorrow. Thanks, Stephen. Next slide for context, please. So we felt like we were really gaining our stride in 2019 up until March 2020, when, as we all know, school closures brought the unprecedented challenge of teaching students remotely and at home. It's interesting to note that up until COVID-19, my MA thesis was a fading fantasy, and yet nothing was actually tangibly written on paper. So with the challenge of remote teaching and learning amidst the global pandemic came great opportunity to conduct pertinent and relevant research on how to best build a modern languages classroom without the physical bricks and mortar of a classroom. Thanks, Stephen. Next slide. So my dissertation title was Building an MFL Classroom Without Bricks and Mortar. MFL means Modern Foreign Languages. It's a little bit deceptive because I'm only a teacher of Spanish. But generally speaking, in a department of languages, there'd be Spanish, French and German in the UK. But I'm only a one-trick pony on Spanish. So as a teacher of Spanish, I really wanted my research questions to be subject specific to languages. How was I going to teach languages remotely? How was I going to engage students in speaking and using the language authentically? How could I share my passion through a screen? How could we assess learning through or across the 4 skills of reading, listening, writing and speaking when we were all on the computer? However, those questions were quickly put to one side as I first started conducting my research because I found that I'd made quite huge assumptions around student engagement and participation. So as I move through this presentation with you today, you'll see how the master's dissertation kind of evolved naturally because of the needs of my students. So I chose a case study, and I'm not going to be dishonest. I chose a class that I thought would represent me and my subject excellently. I chose a class of 24 students who I had previously taught prior to the school closure. They were the eldest year group, so I thought they would respond most maturely to online learning. They were also a highly engaged class and they were making excellent progress in the classroom. So silly Sonia thought that this would be easily replicated in the online classroom as well, allowing me to explore different strategies to engage them with languages and subject pedagogy. Thanks, Stephen. However, my findings and analysis were quite heartbreaking, really. As a teacher who prizes herself on student motivation and excellent behaviour in the classroom, I was quite upset to find that attendance and actual attendance declined from 37% to 12.5 over a 4-week window. So considering I'd set this master's research up so that I had the biggest collection of data, this was quite disappointing as a researcher. I also noted that behaviour wasn't automatically replicated online. In the first instance, the students weren't there. So in a way, that's a form of behaviour. You also found that sometimes you'd have to really reiterate and reset expectations on using a microphone or using the chat function or how often to send an emoji and when that's appropriate to do so. In terms of ergonomics, I found, similarly to Matt, that not all my students had access to a computer or a computer device. And when they did so, they were often sharing or they were using their mobile phone, which, as Matt has spoken about previously, doesn't have the software to support what we were trying to do as a school. I thought my relationship with the students would immediately transfer onto the screen. It did for those students that were there, but for those students that weren't, obviously the engagement and the relationship between them was broken. I feel like the lessons we delivered were as good as they could have been, and the student understanding was enhanced because they could ask questions immediately. However, my research also found that sometimes students didn't want to ask questions on an online setting, and it also allowed for passivity, which wouldn't usually happen in the classroom as much. I found that CPD really did support teachers, and the fact that it was so necessary. I was a part of a working group, so a group of teachers that were trialing live lessons, so video conferencing like we were doing now. And we all said that before this was rolled out, we needed to teach our staff how to use the technology and software, but also how to engage through a screen, because it's very different than in the classroom. How to assess, how to use the chat functions, how to use the nuances of technology to support the progress of your students. And this needed to be taught and delivered school-wide, so that people weren't trying to tread the way on their own, so we could share our experiences. Thank you. Next slide, please, Stephen. So my 6 categories for my findings prompted 6 discussion points. The first one was of participation. In an online classroom, attendance was nowhere near what the attendance would have been if I was in my classroom. And I think I really underestimated the role of everyone in a school community to encourage good attendance. Those of the pastoral managers, receptionists, heads of year, school authorities, social services, they all play a massive role in encouraging students to attend. And I definitely, as a teacher, underestimated that when I started to deliver my online lessons. Behaviour in the UK, all schools have to have behaviour policies. And at first, when we were working with the trial group or the working group, we didn't have a behaviour policy as such. That kind of evolved naturally through discussions with each of us. But before rolling out school-wide, we did say that a behaviour policy needed to be agreed on, and what authority the teacher had to deal with that. Technology is an issue, and as Matt has stated, the UK government did help and support with that. It was slow though, and I think if this were to happen again for a 3rd time for school closures, the government definitely needs to improve its access for that. However, that doesn't necessarily mean just because they have access to a computer that they are accessing the lesson at home and that they have a quiet home space to do so. I think that something that really came to the forefront with my school is that we work in an impoverished area with a high Muslim cohort of students. So they're often living in multi-generational households with lots of younger siblings. And this isn't really an ideal place to learn or study. So the relationship, undoubtedly, the relationship between student and teacher was broken. It can be built towards to make it similar to what was in the school environment through video conferencing technology that we have, but it cannot replace it. It's not the same. And CPD. The government hadn't previously spoken about CPD, but I think it would be really important for the government to talk about this and to share its findings with schools nationally. So these are my recommendations. I'll leave you to read these on your own. But before this research, there was a dearth of literature on online teaching for school-aged children. Matt talked about this earlier. And there was no prior research on the novel set of circumstances in which schools had to act. This study did contribute to the understanding and challenges and opportunities offered by remote online learning. And despite its limitations, the case study highlighted that many aspects of school infrastructure and culture do not simply map across to the online environment, and that we need to think about how we teach online and how we deliver a school community, because it's not just simply mapped across. It needs to be thought about, and the nuances need to be thought about, and maybe thinking about redefinitions. So instead of participation being gauged through attendance physically by logging on, maybe judging attendance or engagement based on work submitted. And I think I'm going to stop there, Stephen. I don't know how much time I've got. I wasn't watching the clock.
You told me you were going to speak for 12 minutes, Sonia, and you spoke for 12 minutes. I don't think we have any. I don't think we have any questions in the chat at the moment. So well done, and thank you so much Matt and Sonia, for summarising your 15,000 word dissertations in just a few minutes, and congratulations again to both of you. My contribution to this roundtable is based on work going on across the city of Manchester, Greater Manchester. And it's a combination of two aspects. It is a research project in which I'm involved, quite a large-scale research project that is led by Professor Mel Ainscough, Senior Professor in the Manchester Institute of Education. But actually, because of my own background and my work in schools and with schools, my main interest, and this is what I'm mostly going to refer to in this session, is the findings from teachers and school leaders' experience of, to borrow Matt's phrase once again, leading learning in lockdown. And actually, this is a combination. The findings here are not just about in lockdown, but going into and out of lockdown, with the process of children and young people being in school for a while and then expected to go back to school and then maybe back into isolation, and maybe some of them in school and some required to learn at home. So this is set in Manchester. Manchester is the second largest city in England after London. I'm sure there are colleagues with us today who would want me also to mention that Manchester is still just half the size of St. Petersburg. Now, the three themes that we looked at particularly, these three words all beginning with P and cleverly translated so that they still all begin with the same letter in Russian. Presence, participation, and progress. And as you've already heard from both Sonia and Matt, presence, especially online, does not necessarily mean participation or progress. So the first aspect of actually being there, this term that again both my colleagues have used, engagement, being physically present or even virtually present by remote means, can be easily recorded. But whether those students are genuinely engaged and participating and making progress is much more difficult to judge. I'm only going to speak briefly about the methods that we've been using so far, because I think the findings are more relevant to this particular roundtable. But the way in which this worked was that the theme of collaboration between schools was most important. And that collaboration might be learning from each other's strategies, but actually more significantly, and you'll see this later, it was about the feeling among teachers and among those who lead schools in the Greater Manchester area, the feeling that we are not alone, we have others who understand what it is like to be in this situation. And one thing it's perhaps worth referring to here is that teachers have had to work very hard during the last year. They've had to work in different ways. Matt talked about preparing recorded lessons, for example, and the amount of time that could take compared with preparing a lesson in the classroom with which you are familiar. But that has been against a context where there have been quite negative references to schools and teachers in the United Kingdom, in the media, in social media, the suggestion that schools are closed and teachers are having a long holiday. And we try to stress that the phrase schools are closed is incorrect. Sonia has referred to bricks and mortar. The buildings have been closed for long periods. The schools have not been closed, and teachers have been continuing to work. So for teachers to feel that there is a support network and a collaborative network has been very important. So in the initial phase, this is more actually about the period when, from September to October in particular, students were returning to schools after they had not been there for probably 5 or 6 months, and the challenges faced there. And so that initial phase was part of our evaluation. But I do want to talk particularly about the findings and the extent to which they confirm or that they relate to the key themes of this conference about equality in education. And the first set of headings is the first set of findings comes under the heading of presence. So you can see here that there is a great deal about families and about their important role in this situation. And I attended a really thought-provoking session on Thursday. It was mainly focused on families in relation to early childhood education. But the theme that was threaded throughout that session was about it was described at one point as the divide between parents and children, with the teachers and the school in the middle of that, and the increased responsibilities of parents, and how easy it is when parents have an increased responsibility for education, how easy it is to begin to criticize or blame parents for what they are not doing, when actually the situation is that they may be doing as much as, or even more than, they can be expected to do. So legally, if parents refuse to send their children to school, they can be fined, they can be sanctioned by the law in England. But what if they decline to send their children to school because of they're worried about COVID, about the school as being a place that's not safe? The second point about potential safeguarding concerns for children. There is the point I've made before about inconsistency of education and teachers actually being in the position, and that this is certainly currently the case in England, that I'm assuming that given that the Prime Minister has announced that schools will resume on the 8th of March, that Sonia and Matt, who will be in those schools, are wondering whether their lessons on Monday, the 8th of March, will be taught online or taught face-to-face, and they might even be preparing 2 alternative lessons. They may tell us that later. You then have families that have more than one brother or sister, and it's possible that one child is in a class that has been told there is a case of COVID in our class, therefore you all need to stay at home for the next 2 weeks, 10 days, whatever it is. The other children are not in that class. There may be a brother and a sister in different classes. They are not being told to stay at home. However, their brother or sister is, so that's a complication there. And simply a family that just has one parent may not have another adult in the family who can take them to school. So that's about simple matters of presence. Under the heading of participation, this was at the stage when the students had returned to schools in September 2020. Some had changed schools, so they were going to a new school for the first time. And our findings were that schools managed this extremely well and very sensitively in terms of, first of all, regaining relationships that had been interrupted, as you've heard from my colleagues, getting students into routines, and actually applying some of the learning from their previous experience of how to manage relationships. That would also be part of this, and this term resilience, which you can see towards the end there, that in fact both teachers and students managed this transition back into school better than might have been expected, and that was due to the strengths of the behaviour policies and the strengths of the monitoring of children's progress that had been established before. But when we come on to progress, and Matt gave examples of this, practical examples of this, better than I probably can now, about the dilemma of blended learning and how that can be managed to the benefit of students, but how also it provides particular challenges to schools. This was more about secondary schools, high schools, where very varied approaches were being tried out. And you can see there some of the issues in relation to technology when we talk about blended learning. You can see that staff can receive enhanced technology depending on available resources. Sonia mentioned that the United Kingdom government did set aside resources for investment, and great publicity was given to that. But actually, the resources in most cases were less than promised and took quite a long time to get into schools. And by the time they did, the situation had changed. Technology in homes we've spoken about before, and that particular difficulty for widening the digital divide, particularly increasing inequalities in education. I've spoken to teachers who have had very different demands on their time in relation to online learning. One teacher colleague who is also on the programme, also on the MA programme at Manchester, 1 year behind Matt, is being required to teach her usual daily timetable. So lessons from morning until afternoon at the normal times with her usual classes. At the other extreme, there are schools that are operating completely online and are using a lot of recordings, are purchasing packages of teaching from other organisations. I'm going to finish not by reading a slide, but allowing you to read a slide, the translation of a slide, which is about the voice of head teachers. And this was about collaboration and about what the head teachers, the principals of schools were saying about the benefits of collaboration between them, collaborative working between them. So I'm going to pause while you read that. And also I noticed that some comments have appeared in the chat. So I'm going to read those while you look at this slide. So I can see that people have been working hard in the background. So thank you, Konstantin, for reporting the question. Thank you, Anastasia, for the question. and especially to Sonia for
The answer.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, if you wish to see the full report at the moment, there is a link to the website where you can find details of what is being called the Greater Manchester Educational Recovery Strategy. There is a link for that. And at that point, I will say thank you for your attention on behalf of Sonia, Matthew and myself. You will hear from us later if you ask us any questions. I'm going to stop the sharing at that point. And it's an absolute pleasure now to hand over to Olga, who is going to introduce the next part of this roundtable. Olga.
Okay, I will start from the excuse that I'm switching into Russian this moment. Добрый день. Меня зовут Ольга Фогельсон, я сооснователь.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. My name is Olga Fogelson. I participate in the program Teachers for Russia. My fellow participants here are Vera Kozhevnikova, Deputy Director of a school in the village of Makashevo, and Maria Frushenkova, my fellow member of Teachers for Russia. She is a school teacher in the city of Great Novgorod, and Alyona Markovich, a teacher from St. Petersburg. I'll start by sharing my experience of what it felt like when the pandemic began. I very vividly remember our meeting with Stephen and other colleagues a year ago at last year's conference, and only a few weeks later, things changed so drastically. First, things started happening in other countries. Russia was only hearing echoes of what was going on, and yet we began to suspect that Russian schools would not be prepared for anything like that. We started thinking, where do we start if it hits us in Russia? It was vacation time, and Alexander Anikiev, the Minister of Education in the Kaluga region, suggested that the best way of assisting schools is through the ministries. This would help us start to run things in parallel instead of trying to tweak each school individually so that they could move on to online education. This doesn't mean that we knew exactly how to go about it. We just felt that school children should not be left without a school in some form, at least, because otherwise there are some kids that will not be returning to schools. So we cannot afford allowing a long break. We had to come up with some way of continuing to teach. That was the big question. We started working with the directors with the help of the minister. First, we offered online training to teachers. There was what I would describe as a digital splash or a digital explosion. Boom, many school masters were entirely unprepared. We had to cascade the experience, had to replicate it throughout our regional schools. We had to anticipate the risks of schools being completely and fully shut down. We had to motivate school principals, who in turn had to motivate their teachers, because there are very, very little clarity in what to do. We had to start by providing methodological recommendations, and these were very basic, very simple things that were suited for all teachers, regardless of how advanced they were in the use of technology. Also, we had to focus on the students' psychology. We realized that the longer it takes us to deploy the new type of schooling, the lower the chances that we will have trust from the parents. We encountered all sorts of unexpected situations at the students' homes. We provided support for class masters so that school, or rather class masters, individual teachers in charge of individual classes, could check with the families to see if families were sufficiently prepared, so that there is no rift between what we suggest and what the families are prepared to accept. We needed to provide support for teachers. In the lockdown, anxiety surged throughout the population. We're all worried about our senior generation family members, about our kids, about ourselves. Everyone was worried. Everyone had lots and lots of questions. So we wanted to make sure that everyone is aware of what's going on, of what resources are available. We had to cope with anxiety on all levels. And we kept training and training and training and supporting teachers. That was our priority number one. In the Kaluga region, the good thing is that you have a high concentration of teachers for Russia members. And they were extremely instrumental, as well as volunteers, in our work at schools which were either remote or didn't have any teachers for Russia personnel. So in very broad brush strokes, this is how things started. And it took us the entire month of March to establish a rapport with schoolmasters, with class masters, with head teachers, and ultimately Kaluga and Kaluga region is one of the very few regions throughout Russia which did not interrupt school at all. And we know from various analyses there are schools that did interrupt their work and either introduced longer vacation time, holidays, or just simply took some time out during the pandemic. In Russia, the ratio between those who have and don't have access to a certain gadget is 1 to 14. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think in the UK it's 1 to 7, maybe. So I'm just talking about the percentage of kids who could have access to this kind of education, because we are very painfully aware of Russia having regions where kids just don't have any devices, any gadgets, any computers. Sometimes they had to send in voice messages or text messages, and things were extremely complicated. And there's another project I want to mention, which became an outcome of the lessons we learned during the pandemic. It's a long time ago that we came to understand that kids in Russia's regions are deprived of the opportunity sometimes to enter into examinations and enroll into prestigious schools because of, or rather due to, low income levels, unavailability of private tutors, and for a variety of other reasons. So we thought that maybe we could help them. So we opened an online school specifically to prepare kids for final examinations and entrance examinations. Kids can select the disciplines they want to enroll into. And secondly, we have tutors that can connect with individual kids. Tutorship is not very widespread in this country. Oftentimes there's one tutor to cover as many as 500 kids. It's someone who should be assisting a child, steering a child through an ocean of information about different professions, different careers, and help kids to navigate their way through this huge, vast realm of knowledge. This way, now we can help kids in remote regions of Russia in order to put them in a more equal position of being able to take exams and enter a university away from their home place. But it goes without saying that no matter how hard we work online, the online learning is never going to supplant offline education. I think fall is very different from what we saw in spring, because in fall we had kids who were more tired, as different from spring when kids were more curious because we were introducing something new and the new things were happening around them. In fall, when we had the second wave of COVID-19, things became harder. And I think this is a unique instance when kids did want to go back to school and to meet their teachers again physically, face to face. And I'll stop at that. However, if we want, we can revisit this subject. But for now, I would like, with your permission, to turn the floor over to my fellow teachers so they share their experience, and then Olga will tell us about her school. Vera, let's start with you. Vera Kozhevnikova. Yes, good afternoon. I'm delighted to speak at this conference. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to tell you about my small rural school. I arrived here about a year ago during the first wave of the pandemic. Kids had no lessons at that time, no classes. The internet, any decent internet, was only installed a couple months ago. So we had a tower, an internet tower, installed sometime in October, I think, and took some time to adjust things. So kids were locked down at their homes. They were supposed to learn on their own and then submit some sort of pictures, which was a vague requirement in and of itself. And then in early winter, we kept our fingers crossed so that no one catches COVID and we don't have to go back into lockdown. Fortunately, we were spared, and thus the level of stress was a bit reduced. And yet the teachers were very, very worried because they had outdated, almost antique laptops. They didn't know how to operate Zoom. They didn't know how to set it up for an online class. We have been able, fortunately, to overcome all this. So all teachers are now able to offer their lessons online. Almost all families in our village only have several kids and just one device for going online for all the kids to share. So we were forced to factor it in our school timetable. That was difficult. Another difficulty we haven't been able to resolve so far is that school is unable to pay for the traffic for the kids. And some parents can't do it either, simply because financially it's a very low income place. So once your traffic runs out, you can't replenish your account, you don't have access to classes anymore until you make your next payment. So that's one of the problems we urgently need to look into. Then some kids don't have laptops, some do, but then they don't have cameras. Most kids can at least now go online. The quality of lessons is relatively decent. Teachers for Russia, and I want to thank them for that, have supplied us with a wealth of learning materials. We're very happy. We will be able to teach kids to browse the internet, to sign up for various internet-based resources. But then again, some kids, even though they're experiencing difficulties with accessing lessons sometimes, at least they don't miss all the classes. So attendance is quite high compared to what we had before, because some kids have to walk to school for like between 1 and 3 kilometers. So for some kids, it's even an advantage when they can connect from home. And this gives us a chance to reach most of the children, if not all. Another point I would like to make has to do with family engagement. Now we see our children's home environments, we can see them, and what we see is not exactly what we assumed when we saw the kids physically in school, when they would come to school in their best Sunday outfit. We see that at home they live in extreme poverty, some of them. Some parents are not able to meet their parenting role to a full extent. So we're trying to come up with solutions for such families, and we want to make sure that coming online means something good for both parents and their kids. Thank you. Thank you very much, Vera. Maria, the floor is now yours. Can you talk to us about your experience? We've heard a lot about primary school, which is perhaps the toughest part of online work. Let me just explain for the benefit of Sonia and Matt, just very briefly, because neither of them has been in Russia yet. Perhaps I need to make a point of clarification. Russian rural schools oftentimes operate in an environment where they do not have access to running water. So it's much worse than what you see in English rural schools. Some of these schools are located in very deprived environments. Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Masha Frushenkova. I work at a school in the city of Great Novgorod. My online experience has been very intensive, even though I work in primary school. Let me put things a little bit in perspective for you. My school is located in a brand new part of the city. That's good, because when a school is built from scratch, it's usually outfitted with all the bells and whistles. It has new equipment compared to a rural school. Another good thing is that last year I had the 4th grade, which is the last grade of primary school. So kids by the 4th grade are quite self-sufficient. March, April, and May were the months that we spent in isolation. At that time of the year, we prepare for the final tests. So we do not study anything that's brand new. And when the lockdown was on in the rest of the world, we understood that we would also have to go into lockdown. The city of Greater Novgorod is quite far removed from Moscow. Moscow was the first to lock down, so it gave us a little bit of extra time to prepare. What did we do in that extra time? We registered our kids at the sites that they would eventually need during the lockdown. And then we asked the parents to try and help their kids to navigate these sites by way of preparation. Secondly, we never lost touch with the parents and with the kids. We created a chat on WhatsApp. Fortunately, almost all kids had smartphones, so they could use WhatsApp. Plus, we used a shared database. It's called studentdiary.ru. This is where we plan our lessons, make plans for the subject matters that we will be studying. Plus, in the Russian equivalent of Facebook, which is called In Touch, we set up a group where we could also continue exchanging messages, sharing materials, and so on. So when the lockdown actually started, we were prepared, and I had a more or less clear vision of how to go about offering classes online. We used Zoom to offer 2 lessons a day. I prepared all sorts of charts, images, pictures, videos from YouTube, and most of the classes I offered through Zoom. There were kids who didn't have a computer at home, but still they could use Zoom or watch the videos that I offered using their smartphones. We had 30 kids, and about 25 of them used Zoom. And every time a child missed a Zoom class, next time they showed up in Zoom, I sent them a question in chat asking them what prevented them from attending the previous class and whether I could help, whether they wanted to go through the class material that was recorded, and I could send them a link to that. For a few weeks in a row, we conducted 2 or 3 classes in Zoom a day. But some kids were home alone. So instead of going along a regular schedule, we decided to talk more on Zoom. We drew pictures, we read books, we discussed things, we played all sorts of language games. So it was just a way for us to communicate, to just stay together, not only necessarily learn the school curriculum. Also, there were times that kids were sent to their grandparents' places. Then we gave them assignments, the things they could do on their own. And we gave them a choice. Either they had an additional session with me on Zoom where I could explain things to them, or they did everything on their own using a textbook, doing exercises, and so on. And then they could report back to me. Apart from that, I stay in touch with the parents. Many parents were very engaged during the lockdown. And I was very curious about what was going on at the children's homes, because normally I have no access to that. I asked parents questions if they were comfortable.
So I was trying to gather as much feedback as possible from my parents, and I was working very hard to understand what's going on the other side of the screen, whether I'm doing too much work for them, whether I'm giving too big assignments or too small ones. But usually I have the kids that are very active and proactive in their daily life at school. They remain proactive and very busy throughout this online communication, and everybody had a right to send me a messenger. I believe this is where I would like to end. Thank you. Well, you have the floor. Good day. I would like to go back to the beginning of lockdown, and in fact, we were just listening to our colleagues in February and March from CT Teach Pro, and the lockdown should start yet at that time. So we were thinking, are we going to face that too? Is that going to be the real scale of it? And is it true that in March we've got to think about this summer institute that we usually do offline would have to run online? It was hard to believe it. We went through all stages like anger, denial, bargaining. But then at some point we realized we had to accept this because there was just no understanding of what things were going to be like, but we were quite ready. It was all going to work online. So we would find it much easier to work offline once it's over if we try these 5 weeks online. In fact, I would like to then move on to the main principles we worked out, which seems relevant for our summer institute as well as for online learning. Considering the fact that in school we work with the children whom we know, and then we work offline with them, but the relationship remains the same, whereas our difficulty at this time was that we were expecting for another 200 teachers we were not familiar with, and it was a question of how you build a community without seeing one another. That was a great challenge, really.
Какие фильтры у нас были на входе, да? Что нас сразу ограничивало? Мы сразу понимали, что первое...
What were the restrictions from the very outset? In the first place, we had an understanding of that we would not be able to shift everything in exactly the same mode into the offline mode because we simply can't have as many hours offline. So the first filter was to single out the key things and to be persistent with them and to cut off what did not seem too relevant. It was obvious that the communications were going to change quite strongly because, you know, one thing is when we are all together in one space round the clock. A whole different thing is when we see each other at certain hours and the communications are much more scarce. So the biggest goal was to make the process visible and clear for the participants so that the participants could understand what is going on, why the structure is such, and why every class is taught and is there at all. And this is also relevant for children online. I mean, the visibility of the process, the understanding of what's going on, and it's a very important thing that you can create with just direct speaking in class, but it gets completely lost online. Another important thing that became clear is the amount of feedback. That is, it's a very specialized thing. It takes much more focused work for every individual pupil, and you have to have a lot of feedback, individual feedback with every participant, because otherwise you simply don't know how the teachers are progressing and what each of them feels like. Now, technical solutions are very important in this case. We understood we had to select several platforms to work with and that we should not go for the whole diversity of options so that we didn't confuse people every time we came up with the new tools. So we agreed we would call each other only in Zoom and that the feedback would only be taking place in Google Class. And by way of demonstration, we used the boards where we stored the data and structured them. And also we had some other communication channels. We did out to ensure that we don't have one speaker for too long. That is that one person speaking time would not be too long. We really focused on ensuring interaction, on ensuring we share the speaking time. So this gives a much stronger sense of belonging, because if you're teaching to 200 individuals, you know, it must feel different, and it certainly doesn't get you very close to other people whom you don't know to begin with. So this is where we started, and the great challenge technically and organizationally was everything I've mentioned. At the same time, I think it generated a great opportunity for us to revisit the whole thing, to rethink the curriculum and to make it much more precise. I think it worked out in terms of the theory, the theoretical input, it really worked out, as well as in terms of the training. I mean, you cannot make the structure clear for the participants unless you understand it in the first place. But there are things that did not work out. And clearly, creating the community at an online summer institute did not come out very successfully. We did a survey, and a standard survey we applied to. We asked all our participants every year, do you feel you belonging to this community? Well, this year, those who did our online course naturally score much less on this question, which is quite easy to understand. Now, this is part one. That is, people did not get that involved with each other. They did not share the sense of belonging. Then the other efficiency was that we sought to move from the theoretical solutions to the practical hands-on solutions. We usually, working online, seek to give people an opportunity to try out different modes of teaching before they actually go out into school. But offline, these opportunities are quite limited. So, you know, classroom management, working face-to-face in school, building communications in the classroom clearly generated more difficulty and more restrictions offline than they do online. Okay, so I just want to conclude saying that we hope our next summer institute will run offline, so we can use the experience we now have in terms of the data structuring and data building. But I believe the community building is one of the key goals. So we really need some offline solutions for it. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those contributions. One of the things that really strikes me about this is that it is probably quite a lot easier for Teachers for Russia to understand the reality of teaching through Teach First in the UK than it is for us to understand the challenges that you face because of just the considerable diversity. And Ylenia has mentioned communities without running water, for example, because you understand about cities, you know about cosmopolitan cities, you know what it's like teaching in urban areas, you can understand that they are very diverse, that the communities are diverse, that there are rich, well-off families that can support children better than the poorer families. I think you can probably understand what my colleagues and I are saying. For us to understand that great diversity of your communities, the differences between the urban and rural communities is really quite difficult. I heard yesterday from Anatoly Silnikov, I think, if I have his name roughly right, who was talking about rural communities where the temperature is -65. We just don't understand that at all, and what that must be like being a teacher in those dispersed communities. As we've commented in the chat, Teach First teachers are, there are two significant differences, I think. One is, as I mentioned, that Teach First teachers are mainly, according to the understanding of disadvantage in the UK, likely to be teaching in well-populated urban areas with communities that are less well off than others. Whereas I believe that in Russia, mainly Teachers for Russia are teaching, many of them certainly, in smaller rural communities of the sort that Vera has mentioned. And I'm very really grateful for, particularly I must thank Olga Korosheva, because we've had several conversations and I've learned most of what I know about Teach for Russia, including Summer Institute, which I'm sure my colleagues would really like to know more about. There is a question, I think, from Igor Remorenko.
Yes, sure. Igor Remorenko is asking whether our Russian colleagues could also talk about difficulties or the absence of difficulties that children are having working with different kinds of software, because our British colleagues have mentioned that as one of the problems, whereas Russian colleagues don't seem to talk about it much. Any reaction from the Russian colleagues?
Ну, я, наверное, здесь могу ответить про проблемы с программой.
I think I will take on this one. Well, as to software provision, I mean, out in the regions, when we found some nice solution for the Kaluga region, for instance, we, in fact, at the stage of development, thought we would come up with three main things that are a must. That is how you work with Zoom, how you work with some kind of messenger that supports the chat, and how you store the data, okay? So how do you retrieve your data? That was one part of the story. Now, the other one was when we realized there is software that the regions have, anyway, like the electronic log, for instance. And that was difficult because, for instance, in Tambov region, they decided that would be enough. And there were solutions like you use the messenger and there's electronic school logs, and that should be enough. That is, we're not going to learn the new stuff. I mean, and it's about the teachers and the children alike. Everybody wanted to just stick to what was already available, and there were like lessons, classes taught in electronic logs without the voice instructions from the teacher. It was just exchanging text messages, and that was one of the pretty failed solutions.
Больше проблем, когда мы на это смотрели, больше проблем было.
We had a feeling
поделиться с учителями
we had to get the teachers to understand how the software solutions can be used, and then children were much quicker to learn how to use them. In Kaluga region, for instance, our teachers out in the field, the training for their colleagues. I mean, children had a much easier time with that. I mean, with the primary school, it would have been more difficult, I guess, but for sure, all the children knew how to use and handle Zoom. Let me also add our acceptance of reality is somewhat different, you know. That is, if a child has at least some kind of gadget that somehow works, it already is something that makes us very happy in the real setup we work with. So teaching the child to click on the right keys, that really is the last thing the teacher thinks about, because if in his classroom out of 22 pupils 15 don't have the gadget, the teacher gets a different kind of problem there. In fact, in one of our sessions, I heard about the new version of the Central Epidemiological Standards, whereby there is a clear ban on using cell phones in school, although it is obvious that the current situation calls for this most dramatically. I mean, how do you get away without that? Because in many cases, they just replace the laptop altogether, but our legislation at times tends to be very bizarre.
Thank you. We could continue for a long time, but I'm aware of my responsibility here, having been given the task of chairing this session. There's so much more we could speak about. I'm really so grateful for all the contributors to this. So can I thank everyone? Can I thank Olga and Maria and Vera and
Alona, who hasn't said the word yet.
Thank you, Sonia and Matthew.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I would also like to thank everyone. First, our British colleagues, and I think this dialogue should continue in any case scenario, whether online or probably physically, if the situation changes to the better at some point. I also believe that generally we should learn from our colleagues from similar networks world over. I was impressed that Armenia, for instance, has designed an in-service training program in inclusion, Teach for Armenia program. They have designed it and they are administering it to all the colleagues in the country. There is no other program. That's the one. So I think, and this is natural because they are confronted with these children more than anyone else. So I'm looking forward to hearing more inspiring stories from the network. Thank you.
Thank you.
Спасибо всем.
Thank you, everyone.
И до встречи.
Thank you, everyone. I look forward to seeing you again.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thanks, Matt.
Исаак Давидович, мы вас ждем.
Все, мы уже в эфире. Исаак Давидович, можно начинать. Только у вас выключен микрофон.
Включите микрофон, пожалуйста, и начинайте.
We're online now. The streaming has started. So Isaac, please turn on your microphone, and we're ready to start.
Да, уже можно, мы в эфире, да.
Yes, we are on air. Dear colleagues, today we have an important and a difficult conversation, at least for me personally. This session is a special one. This entire conference, and I want to thank Elena Lenskaya for that, is dedicated to the memory of someone who has done a lot for both the Shamin School and for education in Russia in general. It's Boris Hassan. Today's session, however, is dedicated to Boris Hassan's love for one particular research subject. He referred to it as conflict in education, or broader still, psychological conflict. On the one hand, he was a very kind person, but then at the same time, he was very abrupt. Often we would argue, sometimes we would even quarrel with him, he and I. And when we would quarrel, he would be always the first one to try to make the first step and tell me, in a bit of a jest, of course, that you and I have not been sufficiently conflict competent. Conflict competence was something that he thought was very important. As I look around, I think it's a shame that this extremely important skill of being able to strike an agreement is not viewed as something vital. We have talked a lot about the skills that will make us successful in the future. I don't know which ones of our expectations will come true eventually, but I am positive that our ability as human beings to cope with conflicts is one of the most important educational outcomes. The very first school that taught a course in conflict resolution was the school he and I worked for. We have a postgraduate student, incidentally, Anna Dorahova here, who finished that school. It was a bit of an experiment. Somehow it didn't take root. So I think it's important to think about how we could institutionally make the practice of conflict resolution part of our life. So let's think about what conflicts are, how to operate in a conflict, how to resolve conflicts. I want to thank Alyona Fedorenko. She is also here as a co-host. Unfortunately, however, Pavel has not been able to join our discussion. I understand this perfectly because we have lots of things we need to attend to at the same time with this conference. I just want to thank those who have been able to join, those who work on developing various conflict-related assessment tools. And the one thing where nothing digital is going to help us in any way is improving our ability to resolve conflict. I would like to welcome all to this In Memoriam symposium, and I very much hope that what Boris Kassan started will live on, and that we, no matter how different we all are, will cherish and value his work and will carry it on. Thank you. Thank you, Isaac. Indeed, I suggest that we start our session. We have at least 7 presenters, so I want us all to keep a good pace down the list of presentations. I suggest we each have 10 minutes for presentations, then 2 to 3 minutes for Q&A, and then we will move on to the next presentation. We have an hour and about 45 minutes, so we're doing well on time. And I want to give the floor to Rustam Baygulin. Unfortunately, Sergey Zoev is running a bit late, so we will start with Rustam, the role of conflict in forming the position of a subject of educational participants. All right, thank you. I'll bring my presentation up on the screen. And keep it there for a while during my introduction. Let me first talk about the Lyceum where I work. Just share with you some information about it. We only have senior graders from grade 9 to grade 11. All kids study together. In the 10th and 11th grades, they have to pick the subjects. We have 2,000 students, 800 students in the 10th and 11th grades, and 270 staff. This is one of the largest schools in Russia, I mean senior schools. And of course, we understand that we cannot afford any individual custom-made solutions in terms of conflict resolution. All we can do is program, rather, our students so that they fall into the conflict traps and learn from them. Let's look at our students. Each student brings tensions and contradictions of their own. The Lyceum tries to help them resolve them. Plus, we see it as our job to create new situations which help kids mature and become adults. Kids strive to be viewed as adults on the one hand. On the other hand, traditional school teachers most of the time resist that. We oftentimes hear teachers saying, you will understand something when you grow up, and it's usually the teacher's job to draw the line between who is viewed as a child, who is viewed as an adult. In grades 10 and 11, our kids enjoy different rights, authorities, and statuses. As I prepared for this presentation, I thought that in order to overcome this age-related dichotomy, we need to play out a number of conflict situations where kids would be able to see themselves as adults, even though no one in their immediate environment sees them as such just yet. We need to put them in situations where they would need to find solutions to problems. In my slides, I'm going to give you some examples. I don't know if the term conflict applies to each and every one of them, but that's something we can discuss later. My school's motto is be respectful to everyone, regardless of their status. And we offer our kids different types of situations they are sooner or later going to be encountered in life, where they have to act as adults. I'll just quickly run through my list. Number 1. This is the one that perhaps makes the most sense. It says, select your educational trajectory yourself. What we do, we give multiple choices to students. Before, you could select a discipline and a level of learning, but now, once we went online, you can also choose the form and the speed at which you learn. So you can build your individual learning program. And to do so, you have to talk your parents into it, you have to negotiate it with other people. That is, you have to negotiate with many different counterparts, and you have to navigate your way through it, and sometimes the opportunity you're seeking is simply not available. We operate in the project mode. We don't have mentors assigned to individual students' projects. However, if you need help, you can seek it and you will get it. It is your environment and your schedule that make you set your priorities. Sometimes you have to miss a class which is less important, let's say physics, because that's exactly the time slot when there is a class that you're more interested in. So you will eventually have to catch up on physics. So you have to make intelligent choices. The next one is, after setting your priorities, that's the third one from the top. You have to plan your future, and the one before last is conduct your events and activities on your own. You decide whether you go to a theater performance or you travel to another city. And we as teachers don't do anything for our students. If you want to do something, be it a charity fair or a performance or a disco, you have to organize it for yourself. But first you have to negotiate it with the school. And we proceed on an assumption that we, teachers, are not necessarily better at doing all things than our students. The thing in common among all these items is that even if you have to give in, you do it with a battle. You are not supposed to expect the system to meet you halfway. You have to give a battle, you have to fight for your choices, and even if you understand that you have to give in, you have to dignified way and do everything possible, including consulting with teachers or your project aides on all the problematic issues. This may sound a bit too simple. The more complicated part is designing a conflict situation so that students do end up in such modal conflicts and work their way through them. In any such negotiations, you have to be able to make your choices. So in the 9th grade, we don't offer any choices. This is the year when we provide students with resources so that they become more comfortable with choosing things in life. For instance, their final work in grade 10, we spend the initial 2 months of the academic year explaining what this final project is all about. We don't throw them in the water before we teach them how to swim. We very closely observe our students to see how prepared each child is to enter a conflict. Now, let me tell you a few things about our grant competition. We have had competitions for about 5 years. We provide money to those students who clearly stipulate their plans for the future, such as an internship or enrolling in an additional course or traveling abroad and so on. The important part is to demonstrate that it's not something random. It's not a whim, that it is intertwined with your plans for the near term, for the future. And what we see is that many kids are not interested, are not motivated to make plans for the future, even though our school is quite a selective school at the very outset. So instead of telling kids, let's sit down and talk about your plans, we should rather reverse the situation and have our kids motivated to think about their respective futures. Thus, this grant program, in and of itself, it's a conflict as well. You have to think about the things that you're already doing, the things that you want to do in the future, and the things that you need to do to reach your goals. And this brings us to what Boris Hassan wrote in one of his articles about conflict between your goals and your present time interests. There's obviously a conflict because there are things that you want to be doing at a certain point in time in your life, and yet you have to spend some time thinking about the future. So many kids do select the course, for instance, in fencing. And fencing doesn't have anything to do with most of their plans for the future. It's just something that they want to be doing right now. And we allow them this opportunity because it reduces the stress and the tension. It teaches them to marry both things in their lives. We also let them to run all sorts of shows, concerts, performances. At first, these events seem to be a little simplistic and straightforward, but eventually, as kids learn the ropes, and as we teach them to present what they want to do in a pitch, the quality of the events they organize improves. And at this point, I want to conclude, but before I do that, there are also conflicts with adults and among adults. But I think this is something that we will discuss it at some later time. Thank you very much. We have one question in the chat, and we'll, I think, answer it in writing. Yes, there's a question. What happens to your school leavers? How many of them stay with the High School of Economics and how many drift away? We don't make it our purpose for our kids to stay at the HSE. Usually about 60 to 70% of them go to HSE, which is fairly good, we think. And this again is one way of their ability of conflict resolution. For instance, they enroll into the paid courses, but then they study what they want. All right, Tatiana seems to be having difficulties with her Zoom, so I will give the floor to Anna Dorakova, who will speak about the development of conflict competencies of teenagers through a special training course. Yes, hello. Thank you, everyone. I will launch my presentation. Hope it works. Yes, hello, Anna. And while I get set up, here is a bit of background. The idea of this course belongs to Boris Hassan. For some time, he taught a course to senior graders on the ethics and psychology of family life. And then he said that he felt it was a bit too late to do it in the 9th and 10th grades. So he tried it on the 4th, 5th graders, and then we started working together. And as part of this course, we have to design or construct conflicts. You do it in a lesson setting. And the interesting part of the course is to come up with a conflict that would be something that a child can relate to. That's important, and we work with the kids in their early adult years, late teenage years, and as you start the course, you have to do it holistically. Anna, are you going to bring any slides on the screen? You know, I don't think I can do it. It's the green button, the share screen. I just need to find my presentation after I press share screen. I think I misplaced it on my computer. No, yes, I know, I have to open it. There you go. Just give me a second, I'm sorry. Now I can't see you. I'll try over. I don't see the green share screen thing anymore. Everything changed. I don't. Well, I'm sorry I interrupted you then. Ah, there it is. There it is. Did it work? Yes. Yes, good. All right. So this is it then. So what happened was that we were trying to prepare kids for family life. We wanted them to understand what they are, what they will be, what their interests are, what their plans are. That was one of our purposes. Secondly, we discovered that you can teach a teenager to be positively engaged in a conflict. It's been for over 20 years that I've been observing my students getting engaged in a positive way in various conflicts. And throughout the course, kids get to live through different conflicts, and thus they learn to understand themselves. This increases their motivation for school education. And most kids say that this kind of a course is exactly what they need right now, because other disciplines may or may not become useful for them sometime later, but conflict resolution is something that they can use now in their daily life. I'm not going to claim that 100% kids love our course. Some do, some don't. But incidentally, some don't, and for a good teacher, it should raise a flag that the child is living through some kind of a serious conflict, and perhaps that we need to observe closer and maybe even to intervene. Many teenagers display a lot of interest in these classes, and what this course gives to the teachers is a mass of useful knowledge. It's very informative for the teachers, for the class masters. And this slide, in brief, tells you about our objectives and the way of simulating conflicts. We start in the 5th, 6th, and 7th grades. In many senses, we work through trial and error. And this is how this course is implemented. These are the mechanisms of implementation. First, you analyze conflict situations, you identify causes of conflicts, you analyze different viewpoints from different parties in a conflict. You try to understand what's acceptable, what's unacceptable for the different parties in a conflict. The same as with adults. You try to understand why a situation is perceived as a conflict by its parties.
So clearly the next step to resolve this constructively is to single out the compatible participants of the conflict who make it possible for us to move on. It looks quite serious and quite big, but oftentimes, in fact, the conflicts do not start as big ones. They're usually very routine, everyday like conflicts, and they're usually not about the teenagers in particular. They're not about the personality, but they're about somebody else. They're not about myself. Essentially, it's easy to start discussing this at the beginning. People get involved with great ease. You have a good argument, a good debate, and it's natural when the first conflicts in class are about communications difficulties. I mean, they speak about the same thing, but use different words, and that's where you have an argument. That's where you have the beginning of a conflict. And that's where you can show that any kind of conflict situation can be unfolded towards moving on together. It's not about just making peace and being happy about this. It's about discovering a space for cooperation. It really works nicely with children. In terms of the way they work, it's quite clear. I mean, we play out the conflict situation, we set the rules, we analyze this, and see how we can resolve it. In terms of interpersonal conflicts, we have checked out for a particular conflict. We see it now very clearly, and the major conflicts of teenage can be about personal interests and commonly accepted standards, because one may feel like doing something or having something, and he's not allowed to. He's no longer a child, right? But at the same time, the parents set formal requirements to him. There is, you have to, you must. Here is the norm, the standard, the expectations, and here the responsibility starts. And this is what they are not very happy with. And also there is another conflict, my interests and the interests of my teenage team or group. These are the most exciting conflicts and the most difficult ones to resolve, which we try to resolve together. We teach children to resolve them independently, and we base the resolution on the values. So it's the values that lie in the foundation of our conflict resolution. Rustam has just spoken much about it. I was thinking this over during his presentation, and in the Universa institution, it's been working for more than 10 years in Krasnoyarsk region. At some point of time, we were running courses where we demonstrated to other teachers how this can work in some schools. They, in fact, adopted this practice, and it's a good thing. It's better because now the schools are getting less capacity to introduce any variability in their curriculum. So the school that adopts this course has an interest in it, and it will work on the contents of this course, and it will do its best to work on this course in a way that's different than working with just an academic subject. If you institutionalize this course, that is, if you make it mandatory in the training or educational program, curriculum, it will usually be beneficial. At times, the outcome is not very positive, though. I mean, it's a special kind of course, and you can only deliver it if you know how to work with conflicts. If you think working with conflicts is necessary not to avoid the conflicts, not to make sure they know how to make peace and not to fight, but you work with the conflicts to make sure the teenagers learn how to manage conflicts. We've had teachers who weren't able to overcome their own conflict phobia. I mean, they simply gave up on teaching this course. Okay, basically, that's where I'd like to complete my presentation. That's about it. Thank you. Colleagues, we have time for some questions now. You've got lots of other things you wanted to share, right? Lots of interesting things. Absolutely, because you also have some subject-related things and logic-related things. Right, I can recognize this. This is something we used in our Caucasus activity. We used this register you're showing now. Exactly. Thank you very much, Anna. Now the floor goes to Tatiana Justus. Constructing conflict in the game of practice. Well, my approach is somewhat different. I'm very happy to see everyone. I wanted to present in a somewhat different way, but then I opened up the piece by Maurice and I gave up on this thinking. So I suggest we just read this.
Кстати, называйте, пожалуйста, тексты, потому что нас ведь слушают.
Please make sure you read out the titles of these texts, because it would be very good if people further on read what Boris Hassan wrote. I even have some links and references here. Coming from this educational culture, and coming from this understanding of conflict and the game, we think everybody shares the same thinking. We think that's exactly the case. And the point that the game playing is a conflict is quite obvious in Krasnoyarsk. But when you have to do with the way playing or games develop with other people, and I experienced this in two completely different capacities. One is the development of the real role play, preschool role play, when you have to teach it to adults. On the other hand, at the same time, it's the practice of doing games for the development of a human being and their organizations. So when you start talking about games as a conflict there, it always comes as a great surprise. So it turns out Boris Hassan came up with it at some point of time. He actually discovered this in Vygotsky's writings in the first place. At the same time, psychoanalysis, and especially the French version of psychoanalysis, created grounds for further development. And there was also the systematic evidence-based approach at hand. So the discovery of that the game can only last as long as the conflict lasts was very powerful. This is the kind of conflict with the situation of when you have a wish and lack resources. And any game, even preschool game, childhood game, the game that we see as fun is activities are not result-oriented, but are entirely oriented towards the process. Nevertheless, even this kind of game is about the conflict because it makes it possible to find simulation resources, to act as if you have the resources, and through this to overcome all kinds of differences, diversity, and there you have self-regulation and many other skills and abilities. So next, why is this important and why I would like to focus on this line, not on the practice of playing, but on researching into the game, the playing, and why it is important to continue researching into playing the games. It's about the relations with the conflict competence. So basically, thanks to the game experience, to the playing experience, children and adults learn how to feel the border of what's possible, what's admissible, what is feasible. So the understanding of one's ability naturally happens during play. I mean, it's discovered there in the most natural way. And then those who have been trained here and who worked a lot with Boris Hassan will remember this case about the airplane. You have two boys playing airplanes, right? They fly around the group as if they were the real airplanes. At some point, one of them stands still, puts his wings down and says, "That is not the way to fly." Now, this is where you now got playing. This is where you transition to discussing the rules of the game. And that's the key thing here. That's the key thing that makes it possible for adults later to move from a simulation situation, a simulated situation, to a real one. That's exactly where you have the grounds for conflict competence. And this is what the ability to play is about. That is, I can regulate the simulated and the real setup, and I can manage in both spaces, understanding how what I do here affects the other space. And that's where you can make a bridge in genesis. That is, you can seek to develop conflict competence. So this is where I had a question to Rustam Bayburin, but unfortunately, technology is failing me. It would be good to talk about it, because even preschool age children acquire good play abilities, and then as teenagers they learn about this conflict. Is it going to be a challenge for them when they need to make such constructions in senior school, the ones we've heard about? And do you ever get children who have a different experience and they have this trial experience as teenagers? Thanks to this experience, it no longer is a conflict for them later on. I mean, it's about how we construct different setups for different people who have different experience in conflict resolution. So this is one storyline. It's about understanding the game as an important constituent of personal development. The other side of it is play, practice of play as teaching adults. It's play and game-related processes that emerged nonchalantly when the constructs we use make it possible to teach adults to resolve conflicts, to do communications, to do negotiations, to protect oneself from manipulations, and so on. And this is an invaluable focus. And we've got to still learn more about how we get this done, because the invention of games, in fact, can become a subject for research. That is, how do you construct or construe a game in line with the educational goal? Here you have the transformation of procedures to serve the goal you set. In the beginning, you do some very high quality analysis of the conflict or contradictions, controversies you have at heart of this game. Then you use a simulated situation, and adults get to be completely carefree, completely reckless, and they learn something they would not be able to learn if it were something serious. Okay, I mean, if it were a situation responsibility, they would not do this. Now I want to focus on how the combination of constructive psychology in conflict and organized activities in play have changed thanks to what we have tried out in students' game. So the previous presentation was a transcript from a PhD published. Now, this is the text called Why Play? Unfortunately, I was not able to find the first edition. It was revisited in 2010 and then 2018. I think it came out even earlier than that. I'll seek to find the original publication. It's difficult messages, but if you read the whole of this piece, you see how the idea unfolds. I will try to understand what really matters for us in terms of building the projects and constructing the game. So he says, in order to keep what in organized play is kept through science and communication, whatever happens here is indeed the conflict. So conflict between different positions has to be there. We've got to create it and to keep it. And that really is the key focus of what's going on. You've got to keep the conflict, and this is what makes the constructive psychology of conflict different from other things. The point here is not the resolution of the conflict. It's not the quick resolution of the conflict. The point is to keep the conflict up, because as long as you keep the conflict up, you see how the standpoints get shaped, how the players' activity shaped, how they develop an understanding of what's going on. They reflect on the process to continue keeping up the conflict. Here you have a very difficult transition, which we witnessed in Krasnoyarsk and Shanin University, when, in fact, I remember this crisis, when they said, no, students' games are impossible. They cannot play with students because they don't have any firm standpoints, because it is all done for production. But I think it's a very beautiful try here. I mean, if we take the standpoints and connect them to what's done in production, there is some kind of process going on. So in game, in play, you've got to find the most effective ways of progressing with this production. When people emerge in production and start interacting, there comes out the concept of club. It's a club is a space external, it's outside the actual production space, and there you have a different type of relations, and you build an attitude to production. I mean, a club is a game, right? You have some rules, you have some roles we stick to. I mean, it doesn't have a particular goal to it. There are no accomplishment. There is a process, and there is the pleasure you derive from the process. Now, the connection here of the play space with the focused goal of the production can indeed become key to how we build students' game. And here is another point on why this is important. So it's important to get the motivation and to get an understanding of what they're going to do to me at the education institution, what they are going to do to me as a personality. So I've got to play to see what my claims are, what my preferences are, and here we've got to help people to get into an external position with regard to the education institution. So the students are no longer the objects of education. They are not in the passive position. We build a conflict in a way that they can at least become the managers, at least they can build what's going on. In some places, we manage to do this, but not at all, always. Now, the key point here is the transition, when you need the play. I mean, like, for instance, you're moving from the subject-focused faculties to the faculty of psychology. Oftentimes, it's about the master's courses. In the Shanin University, it's getting to the master's course and getting enrolled there. It's a different type of self-organization, of the organization of life that people are unfamiliar with. So here you have self-definition and self-determination and self-assertion. So people we get. These people are not always ready for good substantive communication. So usually we have people with some very formal claims and people with some content-focused claims. So when you play self-determination, you've got to keep both claims. That is, we've got to both challenge those who have formal claims, and at least we have to make a problem out of it. I mean, we've got to show them that they can have other types of claims. The greatest impact of game is that after the game, I mean, usually the game takes about 3 days. It's the simulation situation where you get people to do something they would not do in earnest. So when we construct this, we understand that many discover they can think about things. I mean, that's the utmost impact you expect to get. That is, you remove the formal barriers for content-focused claims. That is, for people who are in this program who really want to understand the subject and want to make their way out of it and around it. They've got to discover their real interest, their true capacity, and at the very last stage, when out of the simulated reality that was construed in some fun way, it usually is really very creatively done. You've got to take it up further into planning their own education. For them, this step is very natural. It's the major outcome of it. That is, I see what I've learned about myself through play, and I see that today or tomorrow, when I select my study courses, I will remember this. Now, to make the content productive, you have to make sure that the indetermination is very high. That is, it cannot be play based on rules. I mean, you cannot select any activities out of the listed ones. It's not about having like 24 rules and you get to be somebody here. It's a complex conflict, and you get a possibility to build on these challenges, and you have the resources for making choice. So usually this self-definition, self-determination is about making a choice out of the excessive resources that are at hand. So for this, you've got to be ready to work with lack of definitiveness, lack of determination, and also the institution has to allow for the real, true selection of resources. And unfortunately, there aren't that many places like this. I mean, they had lots of studios in the past, lots of new activities. It's all available at the Shining Academy, because you can give up on a course and take a different course, and it's part of your curriculum, so you don't have a very rigid goal here. This is called option courses usually, but you don't have the option. I mean, choosing is not an option, although you formally have option courses. I mean, you can also choose the way in which you work, but that's the way we do it. And this just rules out the practice of play and games in education. And it really kills the chances for self-determination. But it's all in our hands. And I believe in the future, it makes sense to design educational games, but they cannot be universal. That's what makes them special. They're always very customized for this group of people, for this team, for this education institution. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. We have any questions? We have time for one. No, we have one question here. Sorry. For now, we only have one question. I suggest Yulia Varfolomeeva and Polina take it on, building on what Tatiana was saying.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Я сегодня буду докладывать.
Hello, dear colleagues. Polina Kuzmichova is also with us today. She is one of the leaders of the project we're going to talk about. It's the project that was generated by Boris Hassan and Kirill Mitrofanov, and it's the project that has been around in the Krasnoyarsk region. So, Polina, if I missed on something, please make sure you add things and just help me out. Those of you who are with us at this roundtable, I believe, know what this community is about. However, since many are viewing this on YouTube, just a few words for you what this community is about, and we've got to tell you why it is around. So it's about constructing conflicts for the teachers' self-determination, and it really builds on nicely what Tatiana was saying. It's an example of when you have a community organization, a public organization rather. It's the Association of Young Teachers that was established as a play movement. So it was young teachers who got together and took a decision to play together. So in 1 year's time, it became an NGO and now it's called Association of Young Teachers. If you answer the main question, you simply say we play. That is our major activity. And to us, play is about what's relevant for younger people, and it's what makes it possible to meet our goals. This community is to get more enthusiasm in young teachers, to make sure that younger, energetic teachers come and stay at school and find what they can do there. So naturally, professional competitions is not an innovation in education. I mean, we have lots of competitions, different competitions, and here is one comment on what educational games, or what makes educational games different from other competitions. I believe the most important point here is what you see on this slide. It's point 7. And it's about the following. Usually the professional contests or competitions rely on the current level of the teacher. The point of the games is to ensure systematic training where you have competition, where you have contest, but it's a system of games that does not require your current resource. I mean, it certainly is important you discover this resource, but the point is in the value of developing it. So since this is systematic activities, you can organize this. Now, if you talk about what it is we're playing, well, the subject of play is meta-subject competences, meta-disciplinary competences. We call this leagues, and our leagues have the following names. It's critical thinking, effective communications, orchestrating the teacher's challenge, team action, and thinking design. The point is to create a community for playing where you will have contest and competition, but it's not going to be built on competition. It's about good cooperation. It's about ensuring that the point of cooperation is promoting one's professional self, the own professional self, and discovering meta-disciplinary competences. Here is our example in view of what Tatiana was talking about. Indeed, when we generated this association, we really wanted it to be like a club, and it really works out nicely. So this club, this community, emerges as an additional space apart from production, on top of production. Here you have the arrow. Now, the point is not to create a leisure space where the younger teachers will find a way to get distracted from school, to relax and to enjoy themselves and to recharge their battery after their working week. But the club, as we say it, is necessary to get out of this production line, to get out of and then come back in a completely new capacity. So here the community has to be viewed in two ways. One is the social outlook on it. Why do we need to see the community in two ways? We completely understand that the professional game is a special conflict. We'll now try to explain how we organize this conflict and how we keep it within the community. So the first type of games makes it possible to take the social energy, the energy of youth, and to get the teachers together. I mean, it's always very strong in sentiments, and the younger teachers are very happy to share things with their professional community. For now, it's not even a professional community. It's not a real get-together. It's a youth get-together. Rather, it's like when you see that you have colleagues around, you're not the only one there. And this feeling of belonging to the community makes it possible to generate some balance of energies that makes it possible for the teachers to get aware of what they are feeling. So as long as they have this wish, the teachers feel like getting together, uniting. They still don't know what it is going to be that unites them, but there is this enthusiasm. Now, next we get the next stage. In play, we purposefully construe the new challenges that the younger teachers experience in school, and we encourage the teachers to identify them and reproduce them. So it's an attempt at inviting us younger teachers to take a different approach to things, not to follow the mentors, the tutors who've been working for 20 years already.
The idea is not to follow in the steps of the older colleagues, but rather to look with a fresh eye at what challenges face us, to expand the available set of responses to situations. Metadisciplinary competences become central to game playing because this is how teachers discover their disciplinary competences. It helps them to completely revise their usual outlook of what they do in their daily professional lives. Constructive psychology of a conflict uses material for conflicts, and the object of the conflict is the process of discovering or waking up your professional stance. The good thing about game playing is that the environment where you play out a conflict is safe, and then you can replicate your newly acquired skills into your real professional life. I would stop at this, at least for the time being, and perhaps Paulina, the president of my association, would want to add something to what I just said.
Леночка, есть что дополнить?
Paulina, do you have anything to add? Paulina says no. That's it then. And we have a question in the chat for Isaac Frumin. Isaac, what does it mean that the material of the production line is meta-disciplinary competences? Well, I will have to correct what I may have misformulated. The material of the conflict is what is the subject of the training, the subject of the conflict itself. And you have to have some material for this conflict to grow root. And then the object of the conflict is your professional position. Julia, do you want to give us an example, maybe? An example of a game, but just please be brief. Paulina, do you want to join in? Well, unless we have a quick answer to the question, then you can think about it comfortably and then write your answer in the chat. All right, and I give the mic to Yelena Lenskaya, who will speak about conflicts in multicultural and multi-confessional societies as related to education. Yes, I am going to talk about our engagement in a real and very serious conflict. Of course, with no hopes of resolving it completely, and yet we've been able to contribute modestly to at least make sure that it's now viewed as a true problem. We were working in the Russian Caucasus. In the Caucasus, prior to our work there, there were multiple conflicts flaring in Sumgait, in Nagorno-Karabakh, in other areas. There were flaring ethnic conflicts as early as back in 1990s. Besides, many Caucasian ethnicities came back from exile back then, only to find other people living in their homes and in their hometowns. In the Russian language, the word national has two meanings, and for the most part is understood as ethnic. And the law of education said that we had to focus education on national issues. And it was interpreted to mean that we had to have multiple ethnic schools. And you couldn't choose. You were born to an ethnic family, and your ethnicity was stamped into your personal ID. That was the problem. What also happened was that instead of being a citizen of the Soviet Union, we were forced by history to re-identify ourselves with either our ethnicity by birth or with our religion. The start of our initiative was given by the tragedy of Beslan. As you remember, around 1,000 people were killed in the terrorist attack. This caused a major rift between the ethnicities who were involved in the conflict, and that rift was more like a gap with no ability to breach it. The airport in the town of Beslan used to be shared by Ossetians and the Ingushes, and it became the site of the conflict that ensued. We attempted to rework the local perception of someone who was different, so that different did not mean alien or hostile. We had 9 and then 11 more rural and urban schools in northern Ossetia, Kabardine-Balkarian and Ingushian regions, and then we were joined by schools in Dagestan, Karachaev, Cherkessia, and so on. I can't tell you all about this initiative. It had the total of 4 different elements. Let us just focus in this presentation on the polycultural schools, and perhaps talk a bit more about the summer camps for kids from different ethnic backgrounds from these constituent republics, and how we taught them to work their way through conflicts. This is what we wanted to happen in these schools. I can leave you to read this slide for yourself. We had teachers and schoolmasters and classmasters involved. They shared the values of polycultural education. we were expected to design a project for each school to help the school advance towards polyculturalism or multiculturalism. What did we encounter? We encountered attempts at making a semblance of being involved. First, we introduced lessons of tolerance. Kids were expected to write letters to future generations. We listened to what appeared to be a very well-intended letter, and then Boris Khotsan asked the teachers, "Do you want to travel to Russia?" And the kids started saying, yes, we do, but somehow they didn't look you straight in the eyes. And we nudged them, we prompted them, and it turned out that they didn't want to travel to Russia. And they didn't like what they saw in Moscow. They didn't appreciate the culture they saw manifested in daily life whenever they traveled to Russia. So they made hollow statements without really relating to what they were saying or writing. We tried to engage them in resolving various situations. However, we saw that both students and teachers could not relate to what we were trying to get them to do. They didn't care because these things, for instance, innovation, were not directly related to what they saw in their daily lives. What we also saw was dictatorship on the part of school principals and caution on the part of the teams involved. However, there were 3 schools which were serious about getting on board of our project, and first with our help and then on their own, they started conducting training sessions for both school kids and their fellow teachers. The most successful was Yelena. She introduced training on emotional competences because teachers simply didn't know how to control their emotions. And it was an eye-opening kind of an experience for them. There were tools to manage your emotions, and the atmosphere in their classroom started improving right away. And the story about the horse that Boris Khotsan liked so much really started working. I'm not going to repeat it because we use it in our training sessions, but you can find it in his articles and publications. One other thing that we wanted to have teachers do was to admit being wrong or having committed a mistake in front of the kids. But let me tell you rather about our summer camps. The kids came to the camps from the Ingush Republic and from Northern Ossetia. They traveled by train. They boarded the train at the same station, but they rode in different train cars. But once they entered the camp premises, we wanted them all to start meeting each other and mixing. We had kids from North Ossetia, Ingushetia, and from Kuban. That's another region. And we wanted the kids to form a republic for the duration of their stay at the camp. The name of the republic was Sevkavkub. it was comprised of the three initial syllables of the Russian names of the regions they came from. The Republic had a government and a Senate. Whenever kids encountered a problem, they could turn to us for help or ask questions. And the way the kids phrased their requests were like this. Let there be mirrors in our bedrooms. That's a quote. And the Senate would rule back, let there be mirrors. I'm almost done, Yelena. Let me just focus on the highlights. The Republic had a court because a boy happened to hurt one of the girls, and the citizens of the Republic decided they needed a court hearing. So they appointed a judge, the Supreme Judge, and then the Supreme Judge elected other judges who were loyal to him, but the people of the Republic didn't go along with it. So a fair decision or ruling was passed through a joint discussion. So kids eventually learned not to demand things, but rather work their way to things. What you see here are two rivers, and this is a confluence of two rivers, one black and one white. These rivers flow together, their waters mix downstream from this confluence. This is a real river in the Caucasus. And what I want to leave you with is an allegory. You don't have to mix and become like someone else. You just have to learn to coexist with others. Well, thank you very much, Yelena. If there are questions, this is a good time to pose them. Plus, we have two more presentations. I don't know how long we can overstay the time allotted to us because we're yet to conclude our conference. We can perhaps spend another 2 to 5 minutes in this session. All right, let's then bring the next presentation up on the screen, and I will try to make it brief. Can everyone see what's on the screen? Yes.
Про что я хотела рассказать?
This is my presentation. This is what I would like to share with you. It's yet another major project underway with a headquarters in Krasnoyarsk. It focuses on the risks of dependent behavior. I'll start out by what's going on right now, and then about the conflicts that we have discovered. There are contemporary trends in relationship to dependent behavior, or what may be described as addictive behavior. Addictive behaviors are categorized in many ways. There's lending, there's oniomania, there is nomophobia, there is shopping addiction, there's gaming addiction. The list goes on and on. Different categories are further broken down into sub categories. There is cyber addiction, cyber gaming, and so on and so forth. So there are multiple types of behavior that are categorized as being addictive. Gradually, addiction is drifting towards the area of healthcare. For instance, the revised MKB11 views addiction to computer gaming as gaming addiction and categorizes it as a disorder which requires treatment. There are more and more clinics and hospitals which offer treatment services for such addictive behaviors. There are many countries listed on this slide, for instance, where there are rehabilitation centers, medical centers which offer treatment services. There are countries where they use medications to treat people who are considered to be addictive to online gaming. However, it doesn't make sense to quote Ivan Goldberg, a popular psychiatrist, to look for medical reasons or rationale underpinning most types of these behaviors. It's just that we use so many gadgets and spend so much more time online than before. This graph has been taken from one of the information portals online. These are the most actively visited social media platforms. Let's look at the Hootsuite agency data. Russia fits somewhere in the middle, the white column in the middle of the graph, vis-a-vis other countries. We spend about 6 hours daily using various online technologies, whereas in the Philippines, people spend 10 to 12 hours online or using IT. So what we see is a natural movement towards using more IT because it's become a reality of our life. So how do we identify what's normal and what's abnormal? Back in the 90s, when we started our project against drug addiction, the group that was involved in the research of a group of drug addicts among school children amassed a lot of data at drug addiction hospitals and centers. We observed that addiction can develop whenever there is a conflict between the resources an individual possesses and the demands imposed on that individual by the environment. This is when an individual begins displaying addictive behavior patterns when they're unable to cope with the demands imposed on the environment. In other words, that's a way of resolving the conflict by selecting something in your environment and turning into a crutch. On the other hand, you lose your self-esteem, but you're poor, you don't feel good about it, and you want to reinvigorate yourself, you want to raise your self-esteem, and this is how you become addicted. Reasons for addiction are formed in childhood before an actual situation unfolds. So in the early stages of human development, we get frustrated, our basic needs are not met, and therefore we seek ways to relieve stress and to appease oneself through addiction. This is what is referred to as pre-addiction, and this is something that we need to counter. What are deficiencies like? When we say the environment, we mean family requirements from the parents imposed on a child. They come in all sorts of combinations and shapes, and as the child matures, the same deficiencies are displayed. The first deficiency is of the emotional nature, where the child has a hard time coping with their emotional experiences and is unable to control their emotions and regulate them without assistance from the outside. And there's the lack of autonomy, and there are functional deficits, which may be a consequence of perinatal disorders, which lead to functional deficiencies. For instance, under development of certain mental functions, brain functions, may lead to this type of deficiencies. How does school fit into this picture? At the start, at the entry to school, kids, once they begin developmental training, by grade 4, move along quite well, make a lot of progress. There are technologies used for assisted development, and they make a world of a difference in that they reduce the likelihood of addictive behavior development. So by the 4th grade, kids, if exposed to these technologies, display far less proneness to addictive behaviors. Teachers have to become mediators between children and their deficiencies and their environment. I'll stop at this because there are 2 other reasons for deficiencies, but most importantly, addiction is not formed through attraction, but rather through deficiencies. Therefore, if compensated, these deficiencies will no longer exist and thus help children to resolve conflicts as they mature with the help of education. Thank you, and sorry for sprinting through my slides. Yes, our time is almost up. So, Svetlana, the floor is yours, and we will have to ask you to be very, very brief. And please turn your microphone on. I think I'll take just 3 minutes. I'm glad I have this opportunity to speak, because this is something that has to be said, it's a very controversial subject. Can you see my presentation? Yes, excellent. It's about inclusion. I only have 3 slides in total, so I'll just hit the highlights. Inclusion is a conflict-rich and prone area. These conflicts are destructive, not constructive. Sometimes conflicts have to be taken to court. Right now, there are 3 court proceedings going on in my practice. Oftentimes, these conflicts do not get resolved or get negatively resolved, and that various contracts get terminated. Negative conflicts are a sad reality of today's inclusion, and teachers have a bare minimum of resources available to them to resolve these conflicts, while the laws and regulations are all too rigid. There are intense interactions and open conflicts.
So naturally, the formalized regulations made it possible to ensure a child's right for inclusive education, because in 2013, hardly anyone understood what that was about. In fact, Yelena, I was in Vladikavkaz in 2013, and I was delivering a lecture on inclusive education. And in fact, my teachers in my classroom at that lecture said, we don't need any inclusion. We don't need inclusive education. We didn't have children like this. Then I asked them, where are these kids? Because it's only natural that in any society there are some children like this. And indeed, children with a disability, even in boarding schools of St. Petersburg, they hide from any kind of social interaction, even from their neighbors. And that's exactly why they said, we have children. We don't have any children with disability, because no one ever saw them. Even the children with cleft lips were hidden from the society. Today, the agreements between the parents and the school have no legal force, so we may go on about this being a norm and that there should be this power around, because it's all addressed interpersonally. Unfortunately, experts in law still see this as a relevant issue, because this is the issue that's going to change, that's going to require a change in the education and in the legal support to education. For now, we didn't have any paper that would establish a norm in the interaction between the school and the parents. Parents of children with disability have established their own NGO. They have this cooperative representation. Their interests are represented not only when advocating for individual rights of parents of children with a disability. They actually approach a very high level of political decision-making, representing their opinion and defending their opinion. Naturally, this is much fueled by networking, by social media, by Facebook and Instagram. All this fuels more sentiment into the social media cases. Individual cases are discussed, and in fact, this is why it is so dynamic. However, the school does not have the relevant resources in order to respond to the claims of the parents and to the legislation that is now available. In fact, the parents have become much more articulate after 2013, but the school has no resources to act in a competent fashion with reliance on the law. But the parents can well bring a child to the school and not produce any document demonstrating that the child has a disability or that the child has some mental or physical development issues. So the school is just fumbling around blindly until some real individual case opens up the truth for us. And this is where we start discussions and negotiations with the parents, which oftentimes is very much frustrating for both sides. The leaders of the process don't have strong negotiation skills, and this is what makes it difficult to resolve the conflicts. Of course, the state policy here is very weak because the development of inclusive education has been given up to the NGOs and to the public institutions. And in this sense, the policy is formalized, it exists on paper in orders and regulations, but the very development, methodological research, and hands-on development is entirely independent. It relies on the initiative taken in the field. Also, it's critical when you have a conflict between the regional authority and the federal government, because this truly impacts the funding, because the funding is provided out in the regions. In fact, today we already have some data proving this conflict, demonstrating that there is a major conflict unfolding here. There are some links here leading you, taking you to legal research and to the data from the surveys where we have over 6,000 participants, parents responding to the surveys. Unfortunately, we don't have much time to talk about this, but I wanted to refer to one critical conflict. I won't have time to analyze it, but this is the conflict that in fact is hidden. It is not obvious to the authorities. At times it is not even covered by the discussions or negotiations between the school and the parents of children with special needs. So it's cases when parents, when there is a legal standard, a legal principle that the school can only do something to the child or for the child with the consent of the parents. Now, the parents may disagree to the school's proposals to get a medical commission for their child to understand, to formally establish the child's issue. They don't want to label the child in any way as a child with a disability or with mental issues, for instance, and the school clearly sees that this child cannot study in the general curriculum school and comprehensive curriculum. That is, the child can only do this medical evaluation with his parents attending. So this conflict is disruptive, and when the parents disagree to have this medical examination and evaluation done to the child remains in school, but he doesn't have any special tutor support, he doesn't have any special social support, and he doesn't get the proper status of learning impairment or disability that then provides additional funding for the school that makes it possible to help this child in a more effective way. So today, I believe we really need to boost the empathy parents have with their teachers and to also boost their trust in the school and confidence in what the teachers do. Thank you very much, colleagues. I believe we should be rounding this up. We have another slot here. In fact, Boris Hassan has left us with a huge and wealthy legacy. There are lots of assumptions and questions we will still be asking ourselves. I believe it will take us long to understand this, consider this, and thoroughly think it through. So there is a lot to work on. Thanks very much to everyone, and I hope we'll meet again to discuss these subjects, and I hope we'll be moving on together. Thank you. So we're staying in this room, right? Right? Exactly. Thanks, everyone. Thanks very much to everyone. Елена, you get the floor.
Ну вот, спасибо большое. Конференция наша подошла к концу.
Well, thanks very much. This conference is coming to the end. And like Michael Barber said in the beginning, this conference opening was very much like the opening of the British Parliament by the Queen of Great Britain. That takes place every year at exactly the same time. So every time we have this conference at exactly the same time, the same dates. So next year, do be sure to be with us.
Мне не
The dates are going to be the same.
сказать спасибо всем тем, кто в этой конференции поучаствовал.
I can't even properly and thoroughly thank everyone, all those people who've contributed to the organization of this conference. Altogether, we've had 3,500 people involved in this conference, working with us on different days. We have different degree of attendance on different days, but at all times we've had more than 1,000 participants. Nevertheless, I would like to very much thank our foreign colleagues. It was easier for them to get here this time because they could just be with us online. Thanks very much to Michael Barber, to Iveta Silova. I'm so sorry I can't name all of you because we've had about 20 foreign participants here in major and smaller plenary sessions. I will do my best to thank you in person, in writing. Also, I thank all our Russian speakers and presenters. I believe this time the conference has worked out fine and it's been very interesting. Special thanks go to Yefim Rachevsky, who is hosting this day of our conference, and that's also the tradition we've had for a long time. We'll do our best to keep it up because the last day of the conference is always about what is going on in schools and what the teachers feel like and what they believe are the current priorities and challenges, whereas the policies are discussed on other days. At the end of our conferences, we always do our best to announce the subject or the focus of the next conference. It can be amended later. The wording may be different, but the focus usually remains as announced next time. In our next conference, we would like to talk about the school and the child at the time of information domination. That is what kind of conflicts we have as discussed previously in our last conversation. The child and information, how can we restructure, reorganize our life given this explosion of data and information we are witnessing these days? I believe this is much related to what we've been discussing here. In many ways, the pandemic generated some additional outbursts or explosions of information. We've learned much more about each other because everybody has been exchanging information in the most busy fashion about what it's been like over this period of pandemic. But one of the ways to put it could be, as proposed by my colleagues, observed learning in the flow of information. We hope Professor Yetzi can be invited to be one of our speakers. I believe most of you have read his publications. If not, make sure you familiarize yourselves with them because they're very exciting. I wish you all good health. I hope you stay well throughout this last stages of the pandemic, as I hope they are, and to move on to proper offline learning and teaching. But nevertheless, I hope we'll be able to use our lessons learned throughout this very challenging period. Thank you. Now we have the title of the next conference. The learning and teaching, we observe in the flow of information. See you again.
Завершаем.